warm welcome to all our online participants, and we're really grateful for this opportunity and for those as well that are joining us physically here in Bloemfontein in the Free State. And then we say warm welcome. And I must acknowledge that we have quite a number of speakers that will be speaking today, internationally and locally. And then we hope that everything will go well. But I must say that pending the crisis that we have with load shedding, we are privileged that we have been exempted, from load shedding. We'll not be experiencing any here. There will be no electrical interference from our side, and we hope that connectivity will remain strong and productive on the other side of the people who will be joining us from different parts of the world. So I would like to welcome our guests who have already joined us, and especially our guest speakers. And our guest speakers will be introduced when they have to deliver their talks, and then we'll know them fully. But as we will say, there is a disclaimer that we'll have to put on that we did not really have time to read all their comprehensive CVs because of time, as I'm saying. I know our speakers actually have a tremendous and very long CVs, and so for the sake of time, we decided that we'll just condense those long CVs into a very, very, very short summary of what they have done and who they are. But I will introduce them as time comes. Well, I must first welcome you into the Faculty of Theology and Religion, as we have it in the University of the Free State, and to the organizers of this event. And I would like to introduce some of the members of the Department of Religion Studies who actually were responsible in organizing this event, and you will meet them shortly. And I would like them to just come in front so that people can begin to see their friendly faces as we welcome them. We have our current HOD, Professor Peter Fester. You can just send your greetings to our audience online.
Thank you all. Thank you for being with us. Welcome. We thank you all that you have joined. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a lecturer here that is working in the Department of Religion Studies. Due to his business. In our programs, which we have shared with our speakers, and this is a brief background on the conference. And I'll make a very brief presentation on the matter. So the conference is a result of my observation that since the turn of the 20th century, not much has been done in the exploration of the African heritage. This is in terms of its systematic coherence, development, and continuity, apart from the seminal work of John Mbiti, that is Introduction to African Religions, which was published in 1975. And then I think it is also fitting that we talk about his work because we're commemorating his life as well, in a sad way because he passed on a whole. Apart from Mbiti's work, some scholars and a large portion of scholarly works often speak of the African heritage as a unit without any subsets that may be identifiable. This seems to restrict the embodiment and exploration of the African heritage in its entirety, as some scholars tend to study one or two subsets without others, or treat all subsets as one in a general way. It is true that the facets of the African heritage are interactive and may not be treated as isolated, but their treatment as a unit without identifiable subsets imposes major drawbacks in the development and continuing positionality of African ideals in academic affairs or discourses. And let's now talk about the African heritage as Mbiti actually differentiated it. Perhaps aware of this shortcoming, Mbiti clearly distinguished between the historical, the cultural, and the religious heritages and argued that all three need to be developed. The historical facet of the African heritage concerns itself with the origins of humankind, which Kruger, Lube, and Stein argue can be traced back to Africa. Mbiti argued that much of what is known today about this facet comes from scientific inquiries in the form of archaeology. That is, archaeological finds seems to confirm and to shed more light on the origins of humanity, their evolution and development over the centuries as having originated from Africa. This is imperative because it scientifically substantiates the irrevocable body of work or art that was left behind by our progenitors, augmenting various local systems of writing, which helped to capture the prehistoric origins of humanity. And to date, the oldest forms of writing are found in Africa, of which the hieroglyphics are well known. It is therefore to this historical facet that Africans must draw in order to reconstruct their self-perceptions or identity and to educate the next generations. Apart from archaeological finds, the rich heritage of what past generations of African people thought, did, and experienced was passed down to their children in the form of oral and recorded traditions, which links the African forefathers and mothers to their own descendants who are now proud of their heritage. The transmission of historical information, however, though various tradition was in place, was not an unceremonious and haphazard practice which anyone could engage in, but it was a formalized system from which special keepers of knowledge were tasked to memorize and recite historical events and other relevant information. The manner in which this historical information was transmitted often included traditional forms of record keeping, such as oral history, sculptures, paintings, fables and folktales, proverbs, epic narrations, genealogies, and songs. In his book, Black Aesthetics, Tunde Bewaji collated some of these important traditional record-keeping forms and how they can be used to benefit the modern or contemporary society. I turn my attention to the cultural facet. So concerning the cultural facet, Mbiti says that the cultural facet concerns itself with the various forms of cultural undertakings and expressions. As Mbiti noted, every people has a culture, and culture is changing all the time, whether slowly or rapidly. For the reason that every people has a culture, the understanding of culture is not the same, but varies from one group to another. Highlighting the variations of culture, Reiter and Wilson stated that culture pertains to those ideas, beliefs, feelings, values, and institutions which are learned and by which a group of people order their lives and interpret their experiences, and which give them an identity distinct from other groups. Thus, each group has a set of ideals, beliefs, feelings, values, and institutions that are learned, which seek to provide practical guidelines on how to live life and to order it, and how their experiences are to be interpreted. These communally shared components further sets one group apart from another. In terms of transmission and practice, these communally shared components are learned and adopted by younger generations, especially children, through observation and imitation at an early age. This makes culture a relative practice. However, broadly speaking, the concept of culture, as Jesse Mugambi noted, may imply the totality of a people's way of life. In that sense, the word culture covers many things. These may include the way people live, behave, and act, and their physical as well as their intellectual achievements. But these are not the limits of culture. As Mbiti noted, culture can also show itself in the following: in art, in literature, in dance, in music, in drama, in the style of building houses and of people's clothing, in social organization, in political systems, in religion, in ethics, in morals, and in philosophy, in the customs and institutions of the people, in their values and laws, and in their economic life. Thus, the cultural facet in the facets of the African heritage looks at the embodiment of a group's cultural identity and how such a culture is continuously preserved, expressed, and passed on to the next generation in different forms of oral tradition over a long period of time. And then now I speak of the religious facet. Mbiti said that the religious facet in the three facets of the African heritage is closely aligned to that of the cultural. This is because religion permeates all aspects of the human life. In fact, scholars such as Sapong argued that the supreme being, which is the creator of heaven and earth, is the universal norm of behavior, the one who tells us what is of value and what is not. In that sense, God is intrinsically a positive reinforcement for ethical conduct, as he is the universal norm of behavior. Africans, as well, are not exempt from this awareness. They live in a universe that is governed by laws, rituals, and taboos that emanate from God, the supreme being, who seeks to regulate their behavior. Expressing this sentiment, Nokuzola Mdende asserted that people who practice African traditional religion believe in the existence of the supernatural power who created life and the earth. Neither science nor humans can explain the power of the Creator. The Creator is the Spirit and is neither male nor female. Although the supernatural power is believed to be everywhere in creation, it is also believed that creation began in the supernatural world. The spiritual world is holy and is where the laws, the rituals, and taboos that control the welfare of the physical world originated. So the supernatural power made all the laws that regulate life, and therefore these laws are to be strictly obeyed. The supernatural being, that is, the supreme being, is therefore understood to be the regulator of behavior in the African traditional religion. That is probably why scholars such as Mbiti stated that religion has dominated the thinking of African peoples to such an extent that it has shaped their cultures, their social life, their political organization, and economic activities. In this sense, religion as a divine institute is a system that finds an expression within the various aspects of life, including culture. To the most African, especially within the south of Sahara, the embodiment of this religious facet is grounded in the basic doctrines and teachings of the African traditional religion, even though there are other competing religions such as Christianity and Islam. As a religion that is composed of the responses of the African people to the awareness of the superhuman ultimate that is God, the African traditional religion dominates all the aspects of the Africans, including their culture and social expressions. So the religious facets, therefore, of the African heritage is deeply rooted in the lived experiences of the African people. It entails the manner in which African people relate to the universe, both spiritual and physical, and how they permit their religious awareness to shape their cultures and their social lives, their political organizations, and economic activities. In such a backdrop, the notions of religion and culture are used interchangeably or tend to overlap. This occurs when the elements of one system, say religion, are used to explain the elements of another, in this case, culture. In such a situation, even the African traditional religion is perceived to be identical to the African culture, and the African culture is seen as a true reflection of the African traditional religion. This commingling or overlap of religion and culture has resulted in the classification of the African traditional religion by some scholars as culture, even though this is not acceptable to some scholars, including in this case, Nokzola Mdende. So in conclusion to this, I would like to say that in line with the components of the African heritage, the historical, the cultural, and the religious, one ought not to take one part or two of the facets and overgeneralize by describing it as representing the entire economy of the African heritage. All three facets must be accounted for, as Mbiti postulated. That is, if the African heritage is to be adequately described, the facets are inseparable, but each exists to fulfill a specific purpose. All must be treated, all must be developed, and all must be taken into consideration. The goals of these heritages that we have now, the facets of this heritage, has a specific purpose within the African backdrop. These goals form a link from which a greater purpose is derived, and that is of tracing through the historical and recounting of one's sense of identity within the cultural, providing guidelines to socially accepted norms and standards in terms of conflict and management, and the religious as a way of connecting Africans with God in a matter of worship. So, colleagues and everyone that is attending the conference, we welcome you. This is the background to the conference, and would like to have your inputs and participation throughout the conference. And we will be monitoring, of course, our online platform to see if there won't be any questions that will be coming from our online participant, and then we'll have some questions coming from the floor. So we will operate, in this case, only on 3 rules that will regulate the course of our participation in the conference. So the first rule that we'll have is that let us please all mute our mics while the speaker is speaking so that there are no interruptions and we can clearly hear the speaker. And the second one is that every time when we have a point of inquiry or a question to ask, we always do it in a manner that is collegial, not derogatory or undermining the views and values of the other, but we are all equals that are in a space of discussion, sharing thoughts and opinions, and everything should be treated as such. And the last rule that we have is that let us enjoy ourselves and enjoy the conference and see how much we learn from each other through the interactions that we will have. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will call upon Professor Fester to come in and introduce our first speaker that will be addressing us. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's a privilege for me now to introduce Professor Mary Gitui of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Kenya, and she will address us on the theme, the value and significance of myths in pre-colonial Africa, lessons for contemporary Africa. I will present a very short CV of her. Professor Mary Gitui is a theologian and professor of religious studies at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Kenya. She is a founding member of the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. In 2009, Professor Gitui was named a Moran of the Burning Spear. This is one of Kenya's highest awards, given by the President to individuals in recognition of distinguished public service. She's an acclaimed African scholar, an exceptional African theologian, and an author of various accredited and peer-reviewed books. We are privileged to have her as one of our editorial advisory board members for the faculty's in-house journal, Acta Theologica. Professor Gitui, we will gladly listen to you and ask you to address us now. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be addressing you from Kenya. We appreciate technology and we are able to do this online, but there is always value and beauty when we are together. But all the same, I'm truly grateful for the invitation and to be part of this group. I'd like to say that I'll be with you today. Tomorrow it will not be possible because we have graduation at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And I bring you greetings from the Department of Religious Studies where I serve. I know we don't have much time, but allow me just to say that it has been a privilege to read the works of John Mbiti, and also to appreciate that I was able to interact with him person to person. And he was a regular visitor to my home. And so when we do this, it is really a blessing. But at the same time, to also appreciate that the written word outlives us. If you allow, I think I'll switch off my camera and go straight to the presentation. I have borrowed heavily from John Mbiti's book, Introduction to African Religion, and I want to appreciate Joel, who has given a background to this conference. You've actually covered a lot of ground. And for me this morning, I'm interested in what Mbiti says about myths and whether we are still upholding them and what could be the recommendations on the way forward. A myth is, as Mbiti puts it, a means of explaining some actual or imaginary reality which is not adequately understood and so cannot be explained through normal description. And myths are not necessarily taken literally. In fact, a lot of time, they don't make a lot of sense. And that's why Mbiti says that they are not synonymous with facts. Myths are intended to communicate and form the basis for a working explanation about something. They are the most effective means of keeping ideas circulating from place to place and from one generation to the other. And our questions are going to be whether this is happening today. Myths also cover very many themes, ideas such as creation, death, relationships, industry. For example, the Kikuyu myth of origin. It says Ngai, that is God, commanded and ordained the Agikuyu to be farmers, and for the Maasai to be herders, pastoralists. Myths are not only oral, but they are carved in wood, in clay, in ivory, in stone. They are represented in arts and crafts, and they are in dances, rituals, and ceremonies. And this has been very well covered by the background that we have just been given this morning. Their weight, or myths' weight in importance, meaning, and history is varied from one community or from one society to another. So briefly, this is what Mbiti says myths are, and we could agree with that. And in the wider paper, I'll be able to bring in other writers who have also said one or two things on what is in a myth. Next, I'd like to look at the value or the role and significance of African myths. The first one is that they have divine backing. Because each of the myths, could it be of creation, on how death came about, etc., they have divine backing or they have a divine element to them. They explain the origins of people, of certain things that we do, and a lot of times this is attributed to the Creator. And there are many names for God: Creator, Supreme Being, the Molder, etc. The myths also explain the early stages and state of life, how people came to be, and Mbiti indicates various ways different societies look at this. The myths also place human beings at the center of things. Sometimes I wonder, is it because we want to be at the center, or because I wonder what the animals would think, the insects, what do they think? But for now, we want to see that the myths place human beings at the center of things. The myths are also about human institutions and values. I've already mentioned that they explain on the coming and how of death. The myths also give us our heroes, our leaders, our kings, our chiefs. Right now, I'm supervising a student, and she's looking at Marian theology from the Catholic perspective. And she's looking at the women heroes in various African communities as well. The myths narrate on animals and innate things. For example, among the Baluya, they say that death came about because human beings refused to give chameleon food. As we said earlier, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but we see the relationship between human beings and nature. Myths are also about various habits of living and the behavior of things around human beings. Because myths will tell us that the greed could lead to death. So various habits of living, community, relationship. The myths also provide answers, maybe this is where I should have started, that they provide answers to the how, where, and why questions concerning the universe as a whole and humans' immediate life in particular. And today, it's not just for our ancestors. We have so many questions, humanity. I think human life is not complete without questions regarding how, where, why, who, etc. Myths also have a rich wealth of ideas, beliefs, values, literary expressions, and the exercise of human imagination. Why do we believe the way we do? Again, in the same book, and also in the book African Religions and Philosophy, he has indicated that it is possible that humanity looked around themselves and then projected that there is more beyond us. There must be a power greater than ourselves. So the myths will satisfy people's curiosity. They may not be questioned because they have been passed down through tradition, so they may not make a lot of sense, but they'll satisfy the people's curiosity. They are passed down through generations. They may be distorted, but a lot of times it will be a requirement that it's passed. The chain should not be broken. Myths harmonize with people's other ideas and beliefs, giving the complete and total picture of the world as seen and as experienced. In other words, and this has been well covered in the background this morning, that life is a whole, life is a complex, and there's a lot of interconnectedness. Myths are also contextual. That's why we said earlier that their weight varies, they are contextual. Each community will have their own. And when they are contextual, we could also say that they could probably relate to time element as well. As we said earlier, that they have a divine mandate, they relate on God's closeness to the people, and so the place and the presence of the spiritual. They indicate that all things are well supplied. Indeed, many myths of origin say, at the beginning, all was well, there was plenty to eat, the people lived well. They also point out on the do's and the don'ts, so they teach on morals. They also bring out the separation of human beings and God. Again, Mbiti has very many examples on how human beings were separated from God, and a lot of times it is put on the human being. They also explain why we have heaven and earth. And I don't know for you, but growing up in Western Kenya, where we have many hills, as a child, I thought that if I went to the top of the hill, I'll be able to touch the sky. You get to that hill and you see that the sky is getting further and further. And in my own community, the Kisi, they have myths as to what happened and this separation between heaven and earth came about. The myths also explain how disease and disharmony came about. And a lot of times, as we said, human beings consider that they are the center. Again, disease and disharmony come about because human being does that which is contrary to expectations. Very important that the myths are a reflection of people's minds and thoughts. Later, we're going to say then if you do not have a myth, perhaps it also impairs the mind, it impairs the thought system. They also assist in digging deep into the psychology of the human past. One of my classes this semester is on psychology of religion. And as we go on, we are appreciating more and more about the place of psychology in human life, and more importantly, for the believer. The myths also tell how God or the supernatural made provisions for the survival I've used there of fallen humanity, including provisions of skill and agents of service to the community. Here we'll talk about those people, the specialists in the community, and how or what is required of them. This takes me to Gieke Kwame's book on African cultural values, where he says that the agents of service to the community, the specialists, they are servants of the people. They are not paid, but they can get a token for the service that they have provided. The myths provide information on the thinking and thought patterns and systems of the people, what they do, and I like what is on the slide at the end of this bullet, that they provide information on the people's pride. This morning I was talking to one of my colleagues, and she said that if it was in her power, then she would make each one of us take pride in our being, in ourselves. Pride not in the negative sense, but pride in appreciating ourselves, our being, and she also made a very profound statement that this can only come from the inner being and inner realization. Reminds me also of what the sisters in the school where I went to high school, where they kept on saying that we need to come to terms with our inner being. The myths also entertain. Naomi has written on the Maasai, on the oral traditions of the Maasai. And one of the things she brings out very clearly is that the myths and the stories and the oral literature is very profound, but it is presented as entertainment to make the learning easy and to make the learning enjoyable. So what am I saying, and what has Mbiti said, in short, is that myths make a person, myths make a people, and myths make society. We cannot escape from the reality of colonialism in Africa. And briefly, we look at colonialism and African myths, or myths in Africa. And I have titled this subsection, The Blow of Colonialism on African Myths and Myths in Africa. And generally, and this has been said again in the background this morning, colonialism dealt a paralyzing or a death blow on African heritage. Colonialism goes with the 3 C's of Christianity, or introduction of Christianity, civilization, and commerce. There's a lot that we can say about 3 C's, but if we just focus on the impact or on the relationship with myths is that African myths were dismissed. There are very, very many words that we can use. They were dismissed, they were discarded, they were distorted, they were questioned, they were rubbished, ignored, replaced, misunderstood. Indeed, in his other book, Mbiti captures this very well and says that African heritage was regarded as paganism, the backwardness, and we could say that the trend has continued. Some of it because of the trends, but also a lot of it has got to do with ourselves as Africans. So what are the implications of the 3 C's on Africa and the African? Let me hurry quickly. One of them is the identity crisis. New religion, therefore new heritage, new way of life. Then we also have pollination of myths, the mixture of Christian, Western, African. And a very strong point I want to put across is that with all these things that happened to the African myths, some of them have been lost, new ones have come, and therefore we have like distorted myths. And if it's distorted, then it's not easy to pass down. And if it's not there, you cannot pass anything down. In short, you cannot sing the Lord's song in a strange land. Now, quickly, what are the recommendations that we get regarding myths? There's a Kiswahili saying, Mkosamila ni mtumwa, which means he or she who has no cultural heritage is a slave. Actually, it could even be put it that is a non-being. And so if that is the case, then we are challenged that we need to preserve our myths, or we need to revive them in writing and through other modes, because in our introduction, we said that they are not only oral, but they are there in our dance, in our music, in our art, in our craft. They could be there, but do we appreciate them? Given what I've covered on the significance and the value, I think there's a lot that we need to appreciate. Then we need to pass them down. Naomi Kipuri has said for the Maasai, the traditions, the myths were passed at home through storytelling, through song, through dance. So what are we doing at home? What about at school? What about the faith-based institutions? And here I would like to indicate that the Merinol Institute of African Studies, operating in Nairobi for about 30 years until 2019, they have released about 5 volumes that could go very well or could add to what we have in Mbiti. So here I'm talking about the academy, I'm talking about publications. And also, what can we learn from them? For example, appreciating the divine, appreciating the individual, and also noting that humanity has a key role to play, so the central role. And also to appreciate the past, because we cannot have a fruitful present or a future if we do not appreciate our heritage. And that the myths propel for imaginative and creative thinking. In my discussions with many of my students, and here in Kenya, one of the courses that is given a compulsory unit for undergraduates is Introduction to Creative and Critical Thinking, because a lot of us lack that, and the myths have something to offer on that. And then we need to appreciate the complex interconnectedness of the whole and wholeness of life. As we saw earlier, the myths have a connection with the economic, with the political, with the entire dynamics of life. And then we also need to appreciate that we need to have a hybrid or integration with the modern and contemporary times and realities. In short, the myths can and should assist in shedding the slavery that we have of identity crisis, simply because, as the Kiswahili saying goes, tumekosa mila. And in conclusion, I just want to say that despite the blow colonialism has dealt on African heritage and African myths, there is need to appreciate their value and significance and to consider their implication, application, and relevance today. Mbiti's book is a must-read for those interested in understanding, interrogating, discussing, appreciating, and promoting Africa, the values, including myths. It's one way of respecting and appreciating the identity of self, that of others, and that of Africa for a better world. And in line with the objectives of the conference, the answer is yes, as to whether African myths are appropriate for African heritage, as to whether they need to be nurtured, yes, as to whether they are critical for identity formation, yes, as to whether they are part of African philosophy, yes, and as to whether they have a contribution to make in the global world, very much so. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. Getui. It was a wonderful presentation. Now we'll have a question and answer section, probably where we'll look at some questions that our participants might have for Prof. Getui and from the floor itself. While they are thinking, I'm actually thinking back because the presentation is so nice that I'm remembering when I was still a child, back at home would have, especially around winter times, our elders sitting with us around fire, and then they'll be talking about these myths, stories, and telling us about their heritages. But now we live in a technological age that every child, probably 10 and above, they already have a cell phone, and they don't go out to sit with the elders, burn fire there outside and listen to these stories. And probably what would you think could be a best way of attending to this, instilling or sharing these ideals with the younger generation now, knowing that technology is the main thing for them at this stage?
Thank you very much. Do I take this or do I take several and then respond at the same time?
Pardon, Prof?
I was asking whether I take one question at a time or we get several, then I respond to them at the same time.
Yes, because we don't have any that I see now online. I don't see a hand on the crowd that would love to ask a question, but I would suppose at this stage, probably just they're still freezing. So let's break the ice. Probably they are forthcoming.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. In my recommendations, I have indicated that we need to appreciate the context. And we said earlier that the myths are contextual, and to be in tune with the modern or contemporary times and realities. You know, a lot of times ourselves, because of technology, we are going to those sites which are exciting to us, which have got something to offer. I'm wondering whether there is a way we can use technology, we can use media to inculcate the value of African heritage. Now, I'm aware, or maybe I can just use an example. Yesterday in class, one of the students said that she's actually addicted to her phone and her mother is very, very concerned about it. What we didn't ask is what is it that she's spending her time on and her phone. I believe also, technology and at home, everybody is on their appliance, and we are losing that human touch. The myths explain the reason for relationships, because we need each other. And from the African context, we are actually a community. Could we probably have this done at home? Now, if we go to where we have been, and that's where we have this conference hybrid, is because times and situations have taught us. I'm just fumbling around this question, but I see that we can use technology in very, very many ways. Our music, because we like music, is it one way that we can use to calculate on cultural heritage and cultural values? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There is one question coming from Dr. Melissa. Do we have a roaming mic somewhere that we can hand over?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhwati, and thank you very much, Mary, for your very pronounced presentation. I'm not making a question. I am supporting you on what could be done on the issue of revitalizing the myths and the stories for our future generations and even current generation. I think there is a lot of work that has got to be done by our students, current students at universities and colleges, because we have lost it. And I'm one of the culprits who have lost it, to make sure that we got these myths and all these stories and fairy tales. When we were at Sub-B, we would do these things in class. And the issue of the families having lost the mandala circle, what I would say in psychology, or the round circle at our homes, where we used to sit near at Iziko in the middle of the house and be told these stories have taken over by technology. It's a pity. Perhaps we may have to force the broadcasting studios to really have a time. But then there is so many channels. When they will put this on another channel, there's another channel at the same time. I'm really struggling, because you have really pinpointed something that is always bothering me, because this could be also part of moral regeneration, which we need. But I think our government is forced, I think we need to force the Department of Education. And I'm using the word force because I think here the time has passed to be negotiating. This thing should not be negotiated. The Department of Education should, especially the lower standards, grades are up to grade 5. And they should be, I think at University of Fort Hare, we fought this. And we had a program that was done by all students at the university, no matter what choice of study you were doing or course. And we called it Iziko, where we were trying to infiltrate almost all the basic, some of the basic issues that are mandatory in anybody's human life, sort of a foundational base. Perhaps we need to do that, and I think with this conference, I've learned a lot, and I think I'm one of the people who have got to stand on the toes and do something. I feel very guilty, and I will do something. Thank you.
Well, Prof. Getue, this is primarily a good question for your side, because now Dr. Mlisa is reflecting on the fact that probably we're not doing enough in our universities and colleges to actually publicize our own heritage. We solely depend on external heritages. We don't grow our own, and now she's lamenting the fact now that she's no longer operating as a fully fledged academic now. She's a research fellow, and that time has actually passed on. What insights can you give people like us who are still within the academic field in terms of developing topics like this within the curricula and formulating these discussions?
Yes, thank you very much. In the presentation, I mentioned about the Maryknoll Institute of African Studies. This program has been on for the last 30 years. There is a bit of restructuring at the moment. It was housed at the Tangaza University College, which is a constituent of the Catholic University. Now, I participated in that program for quite a long time. And one of the values I've got from that program is we could teach the students and then send them out to go and talk to the people. Go and talk to the elders, go and talk to church leaders, go and talk to the youth on a cultural issue. Then they would come back and write a report. And it was so enriching because you are like getting views from across the generations. And one beautiful thing about this program also is that the students were required to make a rural visit. The things that have been talked about in class, the theory, now they go out there, probably they attend a village wedding and get really the real feel of what is going on. Now, of course, there have been very many changes, even rural. Is it really rural? But there are those principles which are very, very, which are not bound by time. Like recognizing that I need to treat this tree with respect. I need to treat this river and this water with respect. My words are not just words because they can either break or they can either destroy. And there are so many myths regarding what you say. Why shouldn't people pound food at night? Why should the old and the younger behave the way, this way or that way between each other? So I think there is a lot on the academy. A few years ago, one of our universities started a course on cultural studies. Sad to note that those who were admitted were very, very disappointed and asking, then when I finish this, what am I going to do? I think the course may have been scrapped, which is very unfortunate because we are getting a lot from out there, which is okay, but we really need to have our input. And just as you have indicated, I think it's very important for all of us in academia, whichever discipline we are in, that we pull in an element of African cultural heritage. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Mary. We're really grateful for your time. We know that you actually sacrificed a lot. There are graduations going on, and you still sacrificed your time to be with us in this conference. We're really grateful. Our heartfelt gratitude, and then we say thank you. Please enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Let me again express my gratitude for being part of us today. Tomorrow may not be possible. And I'd like to send greetings to Dr. Nabende. We worked with him at Kenyatta University for many years. Yeah. I've seen that he's in the program. Yeah. Thank you so much. And all the best for the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. At this stage, I will call on Reverend Mukuzo to introduce our second speaker for us.
Thank you so much. I will now introduce our second scripture by the name of Dr. Nomfundo Mlisa, who is not a stranger to our faculty as well as our university. I was actually making fun of her earlier that we should actually look for accommodation for her because she's a constant visitor. She is going to be addressing us on a topic titled Pre-Colonial Africa and Identity, Who Am I? Reflections on the Xhosa Identity. Dr. Nomfundo Mlisa is a research fellow in the University of the Free State. She has also done quite a lot with her life. She is a qualified teacher, a nurse, a clinical psychologist, and a theologian, as well as a fully fledged health traditional practitioner and a founder of a church. And I would like to take this opportunity to give her this opportunity to address us.
Well, thank you very much. I hope I'm not very close. I was on Denzel. First of all, I just want to make sure that I am being assisted with the slides. So I am the first, I would love to introduce you to my presentation, which is Who Am I? And Reflections on the Xhosa Identity. And first of all, I want to give warm greetings to the conference conveners and organizers and the prestige audience that we have today, on person and also online. And a lot of ground breaking has been done already by Joel on introducing why we are here today and BT's sentiments. I'm not going to reiterate that. My essay today is about how African identities were construed during the pre-colonial phase of our history. and the focus is during the pre-colonial phase before the 17th century in South Africa. The essay also is based on research results found in my PhD project that I conducted in 2005 to 2009 when I was doing my PhD project at this very university. And there I reflect mostly based on what Mbiti is saying. I will look on the history, religion, and culture, and how it influenced the formation of the, I've already passed here. Can you, the next slide, please? And what I will do, I will look at that and on the formation of Amaxhosa identity as a foundation for identities, and I say identities, demonstrated in the post-colonial era. I'll be using my phenomenological experiences as a product of the pre-colonial phase, and as well as also reflect on the essays and research that has been conducted on this for that. In conclusion, I will summarize the consequences of the contradictory history of the Xhosa and make recommendations that Amaxhosa could look at to reconstruct their history and formulate proper identities. I say this because there's nothing preserved for the Xhosa in particular. Yes, about African and other Nguni cultures. But for me or for us as Xhosa, it's a bad story. Because it seems as if our life began only during the colonial phase. So I'll go to the background. In my background, I want to look at what ideally we mean by identity. I think we all know the identity elements, that they involve the memories, experiences, relationships, and values on one's sense of self. And these elements, they involve interrelationships with the world, your childhood, family, school, work, all those contexts. And how a person relates in all these diverse interactions with others. That's your identity. There are also external characteristics that are included in your identity, which are your height, perhaps, your race, socio-economic, class politics, and therefore we cannot exclude these elements from who we are. Thus, for me, identity information evolves throughout the person's life. In this way, it could be argued that an individual cannot be able to claim an authentic identity to fit in all the diverse interactions with the world. And I think, having said that, I'm going to start now with the pre-colonial phase and look at the history and culture during this period. And I've decided to focus on the period from the 1450 to the 1620 as advised by the literature review I did. During this phase, Amaxhosa history is disappointing when looking at who I am, of course. it is very difficult to trace any authentic roots. Various reasons are attributed to that. Firstly, the orality of our history is a critical problem. And the dearth of written histories or limited written histories by people from the South African groups, particularly during this age. There is nothing written by any person from our culture. I tried my best to look from all engines. The heterogeneous cultural groups and perhaps rigid stratification of the South African society is a problem, because it leads to reflections of social inequalities and act as a powerful instrument for the maintenance of inequality. And the bias deficiency of writing in too narrow terms by those who have already written, because most writings seem to be predominantly focused on whites and politics. And this is a challenge, because even myself at my school, as early as sub B, which perhaps today is grade R, I'm not sure, we were never told about our own history, but that of the whites. And we know very little about this. I support Wilson and Thompson in that recorded events are mostly about only white successes and how inferior the indigenous people were, and not more about the historical aspect reflecting the lifestyles and the values of the indigenous people. Soga, in 1931, tries in his book to try and give us an access, but this is not the pre-colonial. And he also argues that there is no clear and systematic and well-articulated history about us, because there was no access to secret documents, if they were there, and also private papers of people living before 1850. And there are many flaws of omissions and inaccuracies that are also found during that. Even Paris, in the book of Palo is trying, but he says, unfortunately, you cannot reconstruct anything from what is not there. There must be something for you to reconstruct something. And another contradictory is that history only started with Jan van Riebeeck in 1652, the arrival of whites. Wilson and Gilmore and Benga, they say this is a false mistake, because South African history could be started perhaps as early as 1495, 1497, with the arrival of the Portuguese, or even before, but not 1652. So, also, some history says the Xhosas were first here in 1593. Although there is no clear idea of where they were from, but at least Paris, in his book, and Masters, a document in 1982, is of the opinion that there are some traces, though there's no clear evidence, that we as Xhosa have been here. So I think what we can say about this, irrespective of the incomplete or unsystematic history, there is historical evidence that albeit Wilson and Thompson, Hunter, Makubane, and other authors have written suggesting that the life of Amaxhosa before colonization was that of a rich and wealthy nation. Yes, they were nomadic pastoralists, but they were rich and they have never been used as laborers until the arrival of the white colonization. I'm still in the colonial history. And also evidence that Amaxhosa were also skilled in handicraft, basket making, bed making, and brewing sorghum. So they were traders. They were agriculturalists. They were artists. And socio-economically, they were rich. What also confuses our knowledge with the Xhosas is the fact that the Xhosa is pronounced as the father of Amaxhosa in Perry's book, meaning angry man, and believed to have been the Khoisan language, Xhosa, that angry man. So, other books indicate that Amaxhosa people are descendants of one ancestor, Chawe, and are Southern Nguni, and that Xhosa is a Bantu language of Niger, Congo family. I get confused as I'm standing here and I was reading this. Who exactly am I? The diverse clans among the Xhosas also are a challenge, because instead of being a united group, cultural group, to form a clear identity, we are separated by those categorizations due to our various clans. For instance, I always hear the Sotho saying, "Ki Mosotho wa Mofokeng." Now, what do I say? Ndingunomfundo kabani? Ka Niger, ka Congo, ka Griqua, ka I don't know. It makes me to be emotional. Paris declares that the last of the Nguni, irrespective of all these pains, the last independence of the Xhosa kingdom was destroyed by what Xhosas had done to themselves. The cattle killing, which is a contradictory story on its own. The non-Ngause story according to us. When all the cattle or the stock was killed. And after then, the Xhosas had to look for work, to beg, and to be slaves of the industry, of the white pastoralists, as well as in the wine farms in the Cape. I've read a book last night, which I found for the first time, by Elizabeth. And I'm looking at this book, and it gives a great deal of how there are Northern Cape Xhosas, which I did not know, I must admit. And she writes very widely about how the Xhosas arrived in the Northern Cape, how they were there and were being moved out by white pastoralists to the Orange River because they were looking for help. So during this time, we need to note that what we are getting about Xhosas are about military regime. All the wars within themselves and with their enemies. And these are also some of the dangers. We have to identify this and talk about them. Because what do we tell our children? Why do we exploit and abuse ourselves? And then we are able to know or to identify this abuse when it is done by another person. This is the time for introspection. Now I go to culture and religion. When I look at culture and religion, I find that unlike the histories of other Nguni cultures, the pre-colonial phase of the Xhosa is dominated by dearth, again, of credible information about the religious culture, other than the ancestral worship, which is not even clearly articulated itself, and role played by what I can now call herbalists and traditional healers, which were called witch doctors. Even ukuthwasa as a process, which is very key amongst amaXhosa, is not given much attention during the period in case. All the, even including misfortunes, successes, and all the experiences of their daily lives. There is nothing that is actually written except the structures of their buildings, traditional buildings, what we wear, skins of animals, and yes, the artistic skills that they had, the hunting that they did, and all. But we would love to know about how during this stage did we understand religion? Who did we, yes, they talk about Mveli, but there's no way to say how this Mveli was being given respect, except that in one story I read, but it's not research, it says children were taught not to point up because above there is a big person who should be really respected, which I think is God, which they called Kamata, Velingaba, and with many other ideas, names depending on how you want it. Like I know my grandfather used to call God Usifuba Sibanzi because he would say he's so full of love for everybody. We also, when I went to Brazil in 2019, I was shocked to see how other African cultures were practicing their religion. They have got symbols for this person, Ifa or what. And I was like, excuse me, what's going on? Are they talking about, are they practicing goddess? What is going on? Like when I was in India in 2004, I was surprised because we had to bow to the monkeys and all this, because we went to this University of Spirituality. So I was thinking, why are we, and in particular Xhosas, do not have anything concrete that we can get of how our forefathers actually practiced religion? Or because when you listen and read about other Nguni cultures, they have got something. they can talk about. So all we know during the pre-colonial, which is true, which is being shaped, is about, and in fact, even what we know about pre-colonial is only written after 1930 by our own people. And I can quote like Soga, Henderson Soga, and the others. So, but Sogas are the first that I find when I look through literature review. So I am saying the Xhosas use the ancestors as their belief system. But to us, ancestors are not dead people. They have the characteristics of a human being. They get cold, they get hungry, and you have to appease them. And the belief, and we don't have a symbol for them. We only have sacred places for them to go and conduct our rituals, which are also at our families, Indlu Enkulu, the big house, or the family house, and the kraal, and the other man-made. And the ancestors are represented by a male figure, especially in our AmaXhosa families. The male figure is always a spokesperson of the family and leader in family rituals. This is supported also by Singo, Kondo, and Soga. Even if this male figure is young and you are older, like my younger brother, when I'm doing a ritual at home, at times I always get angry because he has to come and talk, and at times I think, does he really know what he's talking about? And he will feel so that he has spoken to his Mamomnini's ritual. And this is what the African culture or the AmaXhosa are doing to give these powers so much to the male child than a girl child. As a result, when a child is born out of marriage and some rights have got to be done for this child, it's only then that a biological father's name is sought for. And in uKuthwasa, you cannot undergo that initiation without your biological father's ancestors being invited. A man exercises his power within inherent cultural, disciplinary values called amasiko and izithethe. However, nowadays, things are changing. This comes to show you the hierarchical position of ancestors in the AmaXhosa. As you see, this is taken from Henderson's Soga's book. At the bottom of the triangle, it's children, mothers. The next is fathers. And the next is chiefs. And the next is God. And for me, what is missing in this triangle is a line between the chiefs and God. But we didn't know God in the pre-colonial phase. So this is a depiction of the colonial phase. Having given you that background and that much, I want to come to the methodology, therefore, I decided to use here. Methodology. Next slide, after this one. So here I decided to use mixed methods. I'm reflecting on ethnographic research results and essays and various books, and as well, I'm using a narrative, and you'll find that I will be using in my discussion some phenomenological experiences from my own life. Then we go to discussion. Next. As I have indicated before, from the historical background, it is clear that there is no clear grassroots traces of the Amaxhosa in the pre-colonial era, except for the kingdomships, clanships, and culture. There is no clear concept on the Amaxhosa religious ideologies. When I talk about clear concept, I mean concrete and well-articulated information, instead of having to make assumptions. Even archaeological works mentioned later, which refers to 1925, to Bantu, they refer to Bantu-speaking people with no particular identity or differentiation, whether Sotho or Bantu or Xhosa or what. There is no definite or clear trace of their former origin. We either come from Congo, from Drakensberg Mountains, from Orange River, or anywhere else. How do I trace my identity? In psychology, we say, you are who you are because you know who you are. So if you don't know who you are, you cannot know how to become and who to become. And that leads to identity crisis. So in my discussion, I feel the chiefs, Xhosa chiefs, abused and exploited their own people due to power and greediness. And many were impoverished as their stock and wives were looted by the chiefs and later on by the enemies. For our richness were taken away from us. No matter how scarce and irrelevant the Xhosa history may be, there is evidence that there is about that some recoveries are really clearly identifying us as artistic people, creative people, agriculturalists, and pastoralists. Yet, today, we are poor. As history reveals, it becomes clear that much of cultural imperialism during this period is not written. And only military engagements, first among kingdoms, which later gave rise to easy infiltration of the colonial power and a divide rule principle that crumbled the Amaxhosa as one group. As a Xhosa woman and product of this ambiguous history, with no clear ancestral roots, except that I'm from an animal group, an ape or chimpanzee, I feel disappointed. What do I tell my children and further generations? It is not clear whether I'm a granddaughter. It is also not clear whether I'm a granddaughter of Xhosa or Chawe or Dunstan or Danister, people who are being called on. From this scant history, I can now understand why, when I grew up dreaming, sitting with the Sand people at the banks of the river, and at times flying with the white people, or diving into deep rivers with them, and at times with the Indian people, which I didn't know at that time because I was still beyond sub-B. And I've never seen these people. This agrees with what Professor Mary has just said, that we need to thank the psychology, the significance of the psychology of the past. I think my dreams were telling me that I'm a mixture of all cultures that could be. And in conclusion, having been saddened by my own history, I would want to conclude that by recommendations that the sad part of the death of the records of these of the Xhosa people during this will not make us to know what to do, because what is not there, you cannot reconstruct anything from what is not there. You can only reconstruct something from what is there. And what I need to just say at this time is that we have to do a lot of work as Xhosa. And students who are still at school and colleges must take this with great heart. At this point, I want to conclude with Levison's suggestion that whether we should not be deferred into digging more, for our own identity cannot be reduced by contradictory history and genetics or deferred ethnicity, because man is always capable of transcending his origins, that is, of ending his journey in a different and better place than he began it. And with that, I hope next time I'll stand here talking about my identity during the colonial phase in a better way than today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mlisa. We'll open up the floor now for the question and answer session while they are still thinking. Probably we can refer first to the question I have in mind now about the Xhosas, because when one thinks of the identity of a person, it relates to all the aspects that we talked about in the African heritage. So if you refer to how people worshipped God even before they were captured in books by the colonial times, it would be interesting to find out what are the practices that you think our forefathers were engaging in, and probably the terms that they used to refer to their religion and to God himself. Because even the concept of the African traditional religion, to some scholars, this is controversial, because some even say that there was no term like African traditional religion, but our religion before pre-colonial times was part of our culture. And this comes from Dr. Nokuzola Mdende saying we shouldn't even begin to coin our religion because it is not as structured, not as developed as other religion would postulate.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Dr. Mokwati. Well, as I have already reiterated in my presentation how sad I was and disappointed I was when I was doing research for this presentation, and also glad to have done it to see that there's a lot that, as a Xhosa person, for my identity, I need to do. There is not much. There is, in fact, I didn't get anything that talks to how even Kamata was, the practices too, even Kamata. That's why I call, there is no well-written or articulated thing or book or essay that can give you what were they doing, how were they doing it. And this is the struggle I had when I was doing my PhD and looking at ukuthwasa. I had to go to Chicago, University of Africana Library, to get some information from when all the four libraries, main libraries, you know, that component that universities do, that they come together and they form, they were looked, and I had to go there because there was nothing. All what we know is during, if I was presenting our identity during the colonial phase, I would do much better. That's what I said. But I want to stick to this pre-colonial space because I think it is important to know that whatever identity we would be reconstructing as Xhosas is not from what we got from our forefathers in the pre-colonial, because there was the Xhosa chiefs, according to Gilmore, they did not use the missionaries like other Guni tribes. The missionaries to write about their myths, their stories and all, and even the Intsomi or fairy tales that were being told, they are not written. And anything that is oral, it's easy. It's not well preserved. It's easy to forget it. And again, by the time we were in grades 7, 9, 10, there was already a television, and no grandmothers were busy telling us stories. All I know, even myself or even the others before us, is what happened after the arrival of the missionaries. I would love to get somebody who would oppose what I'm saying and give me a book or an essay that would tell us. Because whatever now we get that is written by Tios, the Singos, and the others, it's about after the arrival of the missionaries. Then something could be written. Then something, and the other writers who were writing about the Xhosas were not going into deep into the religious practices, because even ukuthwasa, as I said, the key and the critical religious spiritual journey in the AmaXhosa, there's nothing. We just hear about people who were using these herbs to heal, and that is herbalist, not traditional healer. Knowledge of medicine and how to use it in our culture, we call that person a herbalist, not a traditional igqirha. So I would love to get people who would refer me to any studies or articles that talks about what I'm talking about now in the pre-colonial era, and especially before the 17th century. So even the terms I can give you, like I've said, usifuba sibanzi, ngwele cheche yesixeko sakwaYuda, being the lioness, they are not from the pre-colonial. Because remember, that time, according to the literature, the concept of God, because these are referring to more to God, even Kamata, they are referring to God, was not there. I mean, we talk here about pre-colonial. But I think for me, which made me and I'm busy with a second paper following this paper, because I was so disappointed. Then I thought, no, I need to smile. Then I started looking at the colonial era. And that paper will make my children, because I'm like, what will I tell my children? To understand who they are better than this phase. This is a bad phase which took everything to us, which we also didn't do anything about it ourselves, as no Xhosa wrote anything, because we did not even know how to write. Even how to write, we were told by the missionaries, which is now the colonial phase. I am bound here by the phase I am describing. And with the following, but I feel that it was important for me to look at this phase. Because if I haven't done that, I wouldn't know what I know today. That we lack.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mlisa. We see a hand from the people who are participating here. A question, Litabo, with the mic. All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mlisa, thank you very much for sharing us such a powerful information. Something is coming to my mind when listening to you. I'm a Zulu man. I've got information that I've received from my father, from my grandfather, and obviously they've received that information from their fathers as well, on how to live or practice issues as a Zulu man. Now, my mom is a Xhosa lady. When we go to her place, there are cultural practices that are being practiced. Now, hearing you, Doctor, saying that you don't have information before missionaries, how Xhosa people used to live or practice their cultural practices, where do they now get what they practice? Where does it come from? Do you have an idea about that? Because they do practice some cultural activities. But now it comes to my mind, where do they get this information? Because we practice what was practiced before missionaries. I don't know if you can help me with that, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Buddy. I think you are pleased to be from the Zulus, because I always feel like jealousy how everything has been written for the Zulus and the Sothos. But here, let me emphasize that I'm talking here about this period and the issue of religion and how God was seen. With the other cultural practices, like the rights of children and imbelekos and all those things, they were there. But in my focus here, the imbeleko, which is the rite of passage, is not part of worshiping God, or worship in my view, that is rite of passage, and my paper is not on rites of passage. Perhaps I made a mistake there, I'm not sure. But if I made a mistake there, let me correct it by saying, when your identity also may be affected by the rites of passage, which we have, like the childbirth, which is not done in Western terms. And we have circumcision, which we do not do in Western terms, even today. And we have what we call, which I've written about them in my thesis, initiation, girls' initiation. But remember, girls' initiation, not circumcision, as in Soto. We do not circumcise the girls. They just go through a seclusion period where they stay for, nothing is done on their bodies. Like I read in articles what happens to the girls when they go on initiations with the Zulus, what we call ukutomba. Those are, in my view, are not related to spiritual worship. They are the ways of how you develop from childhood, when you have done imbeleko, or a birthright, and a sheep or a goat, depending on which culture is slaughtered, then you take the skin of that and you wear it, or you sleep on it, or you put it under your bed, which I think is more modernized now than before. Because I think before, perhaps during that time, they would put it too. So the actual issue here of the velingabas, the sfubasmansi, the kamata, all these things came when the introduction of missionaries was there. That's what I'm saying. There is nothing in the books. And unfortunately, we no longer have grandfathers. And our grandfathers didn't tell us because they were already brainwashed by Christianity when we grew up. So the stories we have are more based on Christianity than the old tradition. What I'm saying here, I find myself so impoverished of my identity in these issues during the pre-colonial phase. I don't know if I'm making sense on that. I'm so impoverished, and I don't think I like it, but it is there. That's why I'm even saying, if there's anybody who can share with me any literature or book or refer me, I would really read that. Because because even with the issue of ukutwasa, I don't know who is the first igricha amongst amaXhosa. Whereas when you read to Basutus, when you read the Ndebele, when you read the Zulu, you get a clue of what happened. I've just forgotten the wise man who just passed, who was shot. I've just forgotten his name. Where we went, yeah, there's a woman, a big woman, who is written about, a big woman. You know, I had a dream like that, but nobody knew what it meant. And when I saw that statue, or then, and I was like, I've just forgotten the person who have written about cry, Credo Mutwa. Yeah. When I read Credo Mutwa's work, I always find so itching inside that I would have quality information that tells me a lot about my practices and my identity, which you have, which I don't have. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mlisa. And this is very interesting that probably we have our own stories, we have a heritage that is in an oral form, that needs to be written down, that needs to be captured somewhere, because, as she said, in the time of colonization, the history was, of course, written in the vantage point of the people who were writing this history. So perhaps it is a challenge to us as academics, as African, to write now our own history in our own terms so that we may share the knowledge we have with the people that are coming behind us. So, Dr. Mlisa, thank you so much for the presentation. Now we'll be going to our third speaker, Dr. William Pofu. He will be presenting on the topic, I Am an African, towards decolonizing being and belonging in Africa. So I will just summarize, and of course we say this is a condensed summary of what the speakers are actually capable of, their talents, their abilities, and what they have achieved in life in terms of their work and personalia. So what we're saying here is that Dr. William J. Mpofu is a researcher at the Wits Center for Diversity Studies at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. Mpofu is a founding member of the African Decolonial Research Network, a free alliance of scholars that research and writes on decoloniality as a philosophy of liberation. Mpofu is a senior research associate of Good Governance Africa, that is GGA, in Rosebank, Johannesburg. His research interests are in decoloniality, especially the philosophy of liberation and critical diversity literacy. Mpofu has worked with a number of South African universities as a resource person and consultant in the field of decolonizing the curriculum and higher education in the country. Post-colony, Palgrave's Macmillan, one of his books, that is what, in fact, we can say Mpofu's recent books are Robert Mugabe and The Will to Power in an African Post-Colony. And this book was published by Palgraves and Macmillan in 2021. And the last one is Decolonizing the Human, that is Reflections from Africa on Difference and Oppression. And this is a publication by Wits University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Mpofu. He will be joining us online. Well, Dr. Mpofu, if you are online, please, the stage is yours. So apparently, Dr. Mpofu is not online. So can we just give him at least 2 minutes? Because it's supposed to start at past, and then from then, we will see what to do next. Or maybe break in for lunch earlier, and then we'll come in, of course, for the afternoon session. We'll start at 1 or 10 to 2 for the afternoon session. I communicated with him over the cell phone. Yes, he said he'll be joining in at 11:30. He would have been here. Yes, he confirmed that he will rejoin at 11:30. Okay. Just 5 minutes for him. All right. While we are waiting for him, probably a follow-up question here, especially on the discussion by Dr. Mlisa. I have a PhD student, and fortunately, she's sitting next to you. And, and she's researching on the issue of witchcraft, which most commonly associated with traditional healers. I'm sorry to be saying that. We all know that traditional healers are good people, but we seem to have these rumors that traditional healers are the culprits who are perpetrating the issue of witchcraft. How would you then demarcate between the lines? How would you define now the healing as a traditional healer and the negative side? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries, if there are any, between a good traditional healer and that one that has gone beyond the boundaries to practice dark magic, if that were to be the case?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mkwat. Let me just say something I forgot to mention in my presentation about the nomadic issue of Xhosas being pastoralists and moving from place to place, seeking for land and water. There were intermarriages between whites, between Sens, between Hoi, between, so I'm just trying to say, I'm wondering if any of us here in South Africa can claim any authentic identity. Having said that, the witchcraft, this is the student who's doing. I think I will refer her to Mlisa and Nell, 2010. And fortunately, my thesis is at this university, in the library at this university, because I did my PhD here. So you don't have to go anywhere. I've got a portion where I am really trying to differentiate between ukuthwasa and ukutakata, which is witchcraft, and ukuthwala, which is wealth search or gaining in negative ways and poor. Because the problem is that the linguistic issues here, if you see ukuthwala, ukuthwasa, ukutakata, it starts also there. And the issue is that all three of them, there's a lot of mythology, a lot of myth that is being used. And all of them, they are not well-known and well-articulated phenomenon. I mean, ukuthwasa alone, people do not understand it, even the African people. they don't understand what ukutwasa is. To others, if you have to twasa, it means you are a witch already. And I also think the colonial negative notion of calling traditional healers witch doctors is not going to be taken away from people's mind, because what you will see and you read and write, it stays. You know, we use all our senses in learning. So people have learned for a long time that amagqirha or traditional health practitioners, as we call today, were witch doctors, which was the exploitation of the chiefs who were using amagqirha or traditional health to smell the witches. And even the people they smelled were not witches, because the chiefs were conniving with what we can call those herbalists, because to me, in my mind, we cannot talk about igqirha during that time, because there's nothing that tells us that they were. So, and now people associated traditional healers more with witchcraft. Witchcraft is negative. There is a boundary, and a clear boundary. I want to emphasize that. The boundary is that with traditional healing, to be a healer, you must have that gift before you are born. You cannot just wake up one night and say, I want to be a healer the following day, whether you like it or not. It's not like going and study theology. I want to start theology. No. I want to start psychology. No. You must have been given that gift by ancestors before you were born, whilst you were still in your mother's embryo or womb. There will be clear signs, and in that thesis I'm referring you, that book, Melissa and Nell, there are clear signs to show, to determine, or to identify whether you have to go into the training or not. There is evaluation and assessment like in any other pedagogic course or curriculum. You are assessed. There's clear criteria there. You cannot just, and you go through it, and they assess it. They assess you in very polite ways, and you may not know what is going, and yet you are being assessed whether what you say. And the training involves dreams, and its curriculum is based on the dreams. Hence, you cannot be a healer without the dreams, because how are you going to be trained? You have to tell the trainer, unlike in the Western pedagogic situation where there's a written curriculum. No ways. There, your dreams lead you. And if you don't have them, if you come to me, I send you back home. Because if you don't dream, then what am I going to do with you? How do I initiate you? How do I mentor you? So, whereas in Ugutakata, the belief is that, because I don't know it, fortunately, I'm not a witch, and my mother was not a witch, and my grandmother was not a witch. So, hearsay or traditional information informs us that the witch is a person who the main goal or objective is to hurt or kill. Whereas with the traditional healing, if you use, that's why there's a difference between traditional healing and herbalists. A herbalist can use, because he's not initiated, he just knows the message. It's not an inborn gift. Can use a herb to strike you in lightning, which they can do, And no scientist can do it, but they can do. But that is a black science, or a dark science, or a science that is done. I think if they would do these things openly, we would be rich. Because they do a lot of things, but they are done in the dark. And you ask me, and I will tell you that I've got evidence of people who have been struck by lightning because of herbalists, who are also dead by now also. Because when you do bad to another one, it comes to you on the other day. It comes back. If you do that, if I can use any medicine that is to harm a person, I'm standing a chance of my powers being taken by my ancestors. And they do. We've got 2 that we have buried in my village because they crossed the line because of money. So the initiation as a healer is something taken like pure. That's why we use white. That's why we use not bad medicines. That's why we use a lot of prayer, whether you pray to God or you pray to your ancestors. To me, that's prayer. Talking to my ancestors is praying. Talking to God is praying. And ukuthwala, where people go and the belief again, but there's a book written by there's a book written on Khotso. Just Google Khotso. Khotso. K-G-O-T-S-O. Khotso, I think the title of I've just got the picture of the lady who wrote that at the University of Fort Hare. But there, you are being told on what ukuthwala is when one has got powers, which I don't know where they get them. Only God knows who's right and who's wrong at the end of the day. Because they've got so much powers, you wonder where they get them. From Satan or from God. They do wonderful things because Khonso, with his powers, did a lot of things. But where he got the powers from, it's from the mountains and the caves of Lesotho. It's a long story. But he was a well-known herbalist. Even Foster, even Botha, if they went to consult with him because they wanted power. And it's written there. It's not a lie. It's not from my mind. It's written there. They were consulting with him because he was giving people a lot of power to do things. And he would make things happen that no other person can make. But then, what was his end? You also read about his end. And what happened to all that. So when you are a traditional healer, your powers will never leave you until you pass on. You die. Only death can part you. But when you're a herbalist, you know, one herbalist once said at a conference in Tower Hospital, a mental hospital, when I was working there as a nurse, I was shocked when he was giving a presentation. And he said, who of you scientists or academics can make a judge in court to sleep when he is busy with the court case? Because I do. And my clients win their cases, whether they are perpetrators or not. And who can you, Dr. Mukhwat? You can. But he could. And he said, I use people's bodies like a panel beater. And I was like, excuse me, am I awake or am I asleep? I mean, it's in a conference. And he said, no, if I use somebody's body parts, I'm using them like to heal the other person by that body part. And if panel beaters are doing it, why are you questioning me? But we know people are not ornaments, eh? When you take my ear, where am I when you are taking that ear to repair somebody else's ear? I mean, I just think I've said a lot. Don't grill me, Dr. Mkhwati, because the next presenter is not here.
All right. There seems to be a question, Tabiso, next to you. Can you please highlight your question, please?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Doctor, for the enlightening and informative presentation. Doctor, I just want to address the issue you raised concerning the witchcraft. I read a lot about witchcraft, and then now I passed this paragraph written by the other Mosoto from Lesotho. The title of the book is Ngakaya Mosoto. So then now he raised the notion that the witch doctors, they are trained to heal all negative forces. So they are the ones who know exactly how to encounter the negative forces. So they have the skills and knowledge to do harm to others because they were taught to do so. And then he even raised, he made an example that if a medical doctor goes to a training, he or she must be taught how to heal all the ailments that are brought to him, so that now he can be able to to heal them. The same way applies to Africans. The witch doctors are trained to do witchcraft, and are trained also to heal witchcraft. So then now just elaborating on what you said about the witchcraft, Doctor. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tabiso Khwedi. Dr. Mpofu has just joined us. Dr. Mpofu, welcome. Probably because you were not here, we would like to reintroduce you and tell you how the session will go, and we'll hand over to you because we are a bit ahead with our time. And then after your presentation, we'll just break for lunch, and after lunch, and then we'll come back and continue with the afternoon session. All right, colleagues, and I reintroduce to you Dr. William Mpofu, who is a researcher, a senior researcher at the Vet Center for Diversity Studies, that is YICDS, at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. So Dr. Mpofu is a founder member of the African Decolonial Research Network, known as ADERN, a free alliance of scholars that research and writes on decoloniality as a philosophy of liberation. So Dr. Mpofu is a senior research associate of Good Governance Africa, GGA, in Rosebank, Johannesburg. His research interests are in decoloniality, especially the philosophy of liberation and critical diversity literacy. Dr. Mpofu has worked with a number of South African universities as a resource person and consultant in the field of decolonizing the curriculum and higher education in the country. Dr. Mpofu's recent books are Robert Mugabe and the Will to Power in an African Post-Colony, which is published by Palgraves Macmillan in 2021. And the latest is Decolonizing the Human, Reflections from Africa on Difference and Oppression, which is published by Wits University Press. Dr. Mpofu, we welcome you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mkhwati. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Am I also visible?
Yes, we can see you.
Thank you, Doc. I was just connecting when you were introducing me, and I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for this generous invitation and the offer to participate in this enriching conversation that is taking place here. The subject of heritage, especially African heritage, is quite a weighty subject which we may not engage with without also engaging with the grave subject of African history itself. So I want to begin by clarifying the topic of my presentation today, which topic is I am an African towards decolonizing being and belonging in Africa. And my starting point in engaging with this topic is to express the philosophical and the political paradox that is involved in such a statement as an African, as tabled by former South African President Thabo Mbeki in his now very famous I am an African speech. It is a political and philosophical paradox in that how does an African, who is obviously an African, find himself or herself or themselves in a position where they have to declare that they are African, or to defend that they are African, or even having to state that they are African when it should be obvious? And my observation on that philosophical and political paradox is that it's because something happened to Africa and to being African in history, in time and in place, such that now just saying I'm an African becomes a political statement, becomes a slogan of defiance, and becomes a statement to engage with, like I am attempting to do in this keynote presentation today. If nothing had happened to Africa, if injuries had not happened to Africa, if displacements had not taken place in Africa, if dispossessions had not taken place in Africa, there wouldn't be a need for such an event where I am an African is a subject for discussion, for reflection, or for any conjecture. Dr. Mohoat, in my beginning, in my introduction and salutations, I want to begin by expressing my methodological approaches that I will adopt in this presentation today. Which approaches are that, as I present in this platform that you have offered me, I will invite other African voices, philosophers, thinkers, and leaders to think and speak with me on the subject that we are delving into tonight, or in this event at this time. In bringing in those voices, I want to bring in communities of thought, societies of speech, and societies of knowledge that can contribute with me in chopping down my elected topic. And the first voice that I will bring in is that of Professor Louis R. Gordon, who noted that whenever as Africans we want to ponder into African history, into the African condition, and the African experience in time and place in the world, we need at once to adopt the attitude of ancestors that are worried about future generations, and also the disposition of descendants that are worried about the past and also worried about the future. What Professor Gordon suggests here is that balancing our thinking by thinking ancestrally and also thinking as descendants, we are bound to think responsibly, because ancestors want to preserve the world for future generations, and descendants want to preserve the world for past and for future generations. After that, I want to bring in Thabo Mbeki himself, who found the occasion and the time to make the defiant statement that I am an African. And saying this at a moment when he was advancing the project of the African Renaissance, a project of the African awakening, and which project on its own makes the deep suggestion that Africa cannot be awakened when it was not slippened. It cannot be arisen if it was not deadened. That is, there's that wounding, there's that conquest and that suppression that happened to Africa, which now necessitates the awakening, the resurrection, and the renaissance that Thabo Mbeki gestured to. The other voice, Dr. Mokwati, that I want to mobilize into our conversation is the voice of the legendary African novelist Chinua Achebe, who in his collection of essays in 1989, titled Hopes and Impediments to Dialogue Between North and South, cried about the colonial wounding that happened to Africa, cried about how there's no African anywhere under the sun that can escape the pain of the ever-bleeding, the gaping wound that colonialism inflicted on African being, on African belonging, and on the African condition. I'm mentioning that wound because we as scholars that are pondering the African heritage today cannot escape that wounding that Chinua Achebe spoke about. The other voice, Dr. Mokwati, that I want to mobilize is that of Professor Achille Mbembe, who made the declaration in his book on the post-colony that they cannot be thinking and writing about Africa that can come easy. Because in history, in time and in place, Africa has been burdened. So thinking, speaking and writing about Africa can never be a light matter, according to Mbembe. And after Mbembe, we can consult Professor Valentin Mudimbe, who declared in a book of 1988, The Invention of Africa, that the Africa that we're talking about is an artifact. The Africa whose heritage we are pondering today is a creature. It is an invention, and an invention that was done by the conquerors, by the colonialists, the dominators, and the exploiters of the continent. So in dealing with Africa and in thinking about Africa and its heritage, we are dealing with an invention, and as such, a colonial invention. It is for that reason that Ali Mazrui declared that to be African is to be the other in the world. The African is the other child of humanity, the other child of the world, and who has to encounter, navigate, and negotiate this world from the position of the other, economically, politically, socially, and otherwise. And that othering involved, Dr. Mokwati, what Walter Rodney described as the underdevelopment of Africa. So Africa is not undeveloped. Africa is not poor, but Africa has been consciously, systematically, and structurally underdeveloped, impoverished, and acted upon by the Euro-American Empire to produce it to this invention, to this artifact that Walter Rodney described. As such, Professor Mahmoud Mamdan, in his good book of 2011, declared that Africa is that which has been defined so that it can be ruled. Meaning that this is what has been named, this is what has been constructed, and so that it can be managed by those that want to exploit it, want to siphon resources from it, want to siphon cheap labor from it, and want to benefit from it in one way or another. So we have learned from these African thinkers that to be African or to be Africa itself is to be a question in the world rather than to be an answer. So our starting point, Dr. Mokwati, is of a troubled continent that has a troubled people. And our engagement with that heritage, our search for the future of such a continent, must emanate from that condition and that experience of trouble. After mobilizing these voices and inviting them to help me delve into this presentation, I would want to announce, Dr. Mokwati, that I will deal mainly with 6 points, because it's a vast subject that I've elected, but I will only highlight 6 points for our deliberation today. I will begin with what I've just done, which is what happened to Africa and being African. I've already done that using the voices of some African scholars, philosophers, and other interlocutors. I will proceed to talk about who fundamentally is an African. I will speak about the African triple heritage. Then I will mention the movements and the schools of thought before us that have engaged with African liberation. I will proceed to a critique of African reason, and then conclude with my gesture towards decolonial Pan-African solidarity that is at the gist of my humble presentation today, Dr. Mokwati. So I'm moving quickly in the interest of time to the section of who fundamentally is an African. It's so easy in everyday deliberation and discourse to talk about being African, Africans, continent of Africa, but who fundamentally can be called an African and can call himself, themselves, or herself an African? A number of our scholars, philosophers, historians, and others have delved into this troublesome subject. Kwame Nkrumah himself, in his enunciation of the concept of the African personality, one day observed that it's not enough to be born in Africa, but for you to be an African, Africa must be born in you. In that, Kwame Nkrumah suggested that being African is one reality that is once biological and also once geographic. That Africa and the African are a biological and also a geographic phenomenon, which means that Africa involves bodies, and Africa also involved geographies, territories, and landscapes with their flora, their fauna, their air, their water, their atmosphere, and their climate. And there's a lot that have been said about Africanness. By the way, Africanness may not be African, but non-African people that have research interests in Africa, they are found in being historians, anthropologists, philosophers, and other positionalities. Non-Africans that have taken an intellectual and maybe a political interest in Africa. They have been classified by African scholars as Africanness. As such, we can observe that it means that Africans themselves cannot be Africanness, because their interest in Africa, our interest in Africa, is not only research interest, it's not only political interest, but it is also life and existential interest. So there is need for a distinction between Africanness in shape of non-Africans that have an interest in Africa, and the Africans themselves that have an existential interest, existential belonging, and existential experience of Africa. So belonging and being in Africa is an existential, political, historical, and intellectual phenomenon. But after saying that, Dr. Mohwat, I must insist that in the struggle to be African and to belong to Africa, to fight the dispossession, to fight the displacement, and to fight the wound that has been inflicted on Africa, Africa does have allies from outside Africa. Those that pay solidarity, those that pledge understanding, and those that pledge support. And then there are also orphans of empire. Those that Chinua Achebe describes, who came as colonialists, who came as seculars, who came as conquerors, merchants, empire builders, missionaries, and found themselves producing children and descendants in Africa, some of whom have now been born in Africa and have no other name that they know besides Africa. Those are what some scholars have referred to as orphans of empire, who are Africans, who can be called Africans, and who call themselves Africans, but have their origins elsewhere, and have their presence in Africa explicable in different ways. Dr. Mohwat, there's also the paradox of Africa being the cradle of humanity. We've heard the boast, the claim, the celebration that it is in Africa that humanity was born. And that paradox, I refer to it as such, because there is the irony that therefore, if Africa is the cradle of humanity, if the childhood of humanity itself can be traceable to Africa, it means that then every human being under the sun, in the West, in the East, in the South, can call themselves Africans, because they are human beings and humanity was born in Africa. What is paradoxical, what is political, and what is troublesome about that assumption, Dr. Mohwat, is exactly that even the conquerors, the seculars, and indeed the enemies of Africa can have the intellectual and political liberty to claim being African. We even heard it from the reggae artist and also the philosopher and observer of things human, Peter Tosh, singing that no matter where you come from, as long as you are black, you are an African. Meaning that being African can also be phenotypical. It can also refer to skin color. It can also refer to type and to racial being. You will realize, Dr. Mohwat, that in talking about who fundamentally is an African, I've not attempted to provide answers. I've only contributed to further questions to the debate on what is an African heritage and who is an African, and even what is an African. After contributing to those questions, Dr. Mohwat, I want to quickly move on to the question of the African triple heritage that I stated I will also try to explore this morning. The concept of the African triple heritage originates, Dr. Mohwat, with Kwame Nkrumah again, in his publication of 1965, titled Concisism, Philosophy and Ideology of Decolonization by Kwame Nkrumah. It's a 1965 publication that we can go back to. What did Kwame Nkrumah say about the African triple heritage? Nkrumah declared that Africa has suffered a problem whereby Africa has a civilization of itself which can be called an African civilization, and which has a history of its own that can be studied and understood. But in the course of that history and that civilization, Africa encountered the Western civilization that impacted upon it through conquest, colonialism, and the enslavement of Africans, and their trafficking to the West to be used as slaves. So another civilization that came to impose itself upon the African civilization. Further to that, Kwame Nkrumah observed in this account that there was another civilization from the East, from Asia, that also impacted on the African continent and impacted on African people, making it three civilizations from the West and from the East and from Africa itself. That is what Kwame Nkrumah called the African triple heritage. And Nkrumah's philosophical digestion was that now that we find ourselves in this entanglement of three civilizations, what should we do as Africans to negotiate the wound, to negotiate the conquest, to negotiate the underdevelopment, to negotiate the impositions and the injuries that have been afflicted on us? Nkrumah suggested that the triple heritage entails that we pick up the strengths, we harvest the strengths of these civilizations that have found themselves in Africa, for whatever reason, good or bad, and mobilize them to use them to our economic and political advantage. And then, Nkrumah also suggested that we systematically and structurally discard the weaknesses of these three civilizations, including the African one, so that we only use their strengths to propel ourselves to the future. The researchers among us will remember that the scholar who went on to popularize the idea of the triple heritage in Africa was Ali Mazrui. But I want to remind us today that the generator of the idea was Nkrumah. I think Professor Mazrui just mobilized his good scholarship and his professorial and intellectual weight to circulate that idea, to the extent that most researchers today assume that the African triple heritage was a Mazrui invention when it was Kwame Nkrumah's invention. Whilst I'm there, Dr. Mokwati, I want to refer to Nkrumah's fundamental philosophical and political mistake as far as the African heritage is concerned. There's one poetic, one philosophical, and also one spiritual and chant that Nkrumah gave to African thought, which was, "Seek ye first the political kingdom, and all other things shall be added unto you." That was Nkrumah's clarion call to African countries as they were seeking decolonization. How was that a mistake in my evaluation, Dr. Mokwati? It was a mistake in that, indeed, one after another, African countries achieved political independence. They achieved the political kingdom that Nkrumah spoke about. But they did not go ahead, Dr. Mokwati, to achieve economic freedom, to achieve cultural freedom, and to achieve spiritual freedom. As we ponder the African heritage today, we have an Africa that is politically independent, but that is still economically unfree, culturally unfree, and spiritually unfree. It is for that reason today that some Africans still stand up and say, "Do you know that I am an African? Do you know that I am proud? Do you know that I'm also a human being? Do you know that I'm also a person amongst persons?" It is because being African is incomplete. Belonging to Africa is incomplete. That's why there is the need, there is the existential urge to protest, to chant slogans, to make claims, and to talk about decolonization of the curriculum, of the university, of the economy, of culture, and all that. And it is because of that, Dr. Mohoati, that one philosopher, Professor Mahobe Ramos, actually wrote in 2010 in his good book titled African Philosophy Through Ubuntu, that he will call himself an African only under protest. Why? Because even the name Africa itself is a name that was not given to Africa by Africans, but by the colonialists themselves. Even the title of Africa and Africans is a colonial invention. It's a colonial bequeathal. It's a colonial gift, if you want to call it that. So we have a troubled experience and a troubled condition where even our name and the name of our continent is a colonial artifact and a colonial invention that Ramose talks about and that Professor Mudimbe spoke about in his good book. And in saying that, I would insist that there is somehow no innocent, no pure, and no clean African heritage that we can go back to, where we can say there is a pristine Africa that we can go back to, that we can reclaim and reinstitute. But what we are confronted with is that triple heritage where we have an Africa that is entangled in three civilizations that it has to navigate and negotiate in order to go forward. There's no going back, but only going forward, because there's no pure, innocent, authentic Africa and African to go back to. So as such, Dr. Mokhawati, decoloniality itself as a philosophy of liberation is not about going back to the past, but it is also about claiming the future. And I want to drop a fundamental point, Dr. Mokhawati, here, whereby when we are talking about decolonization, we must not only imagine going back to animal skins, going back to spears, or going back to an innocent past, but also marching into the future. And what does this mean? I want to climb now on the shoulders of Professor Eric Williams in his good book, one of the best books in political economy that I've encountered in my short career, titled Capitalism and Slavery. Professor Williams says, the prosperity of Europe and America, the economic and political power of the West is owed to the African continent and to the people of the global South. Every brick in the European civilization and its economic and political prosperity is cemented with the sweat and the blood of the slaves, with African resources and African labor and African belongings that were siphoned and taken to Europe to build their infrastructure, to make opulent their economies and their polities. So going to Europe, claiming Europe as our own as well, and us belonging to it, is claiming our heritage, is claiming what is owed to us in terms of power, prosperity, resources, modernity, and progress. There's a debt, economic, political, social, cultural, and spiritual that the Euro-American empire owes Africa and Africans. So the African heritage is not only defined by what is only geographically and otherwise located in Africa, but there is what belongs to Africa, which is in Europe, which is in America, as I speak. As I said, it's a fundamental point in that we often think of Europe as the foreign, as the out there, what we have to emulate, what we have to imitate, but it is also what owes us, what somehow belongs to us, because of the grand theft, the dispossession, and the displacement that took place. Quickly, Dr. Mokhawati, I also want to refer to this claim regarding knowledge. When we talk about the decolonization of knowledge in our universities, the decolonization of theory, the decolonization of curricula, and other systems and structures of higher education, there is a lot that we in Africa have received as European knowledge, as Eurocentric knowledge, that was originally stolen from Egypt, from Mali, from other parts of Africa by colonialists, missionaries, empire builders, and merchants. So even within Eurocentric knowledge, there are African goods and services that were originally stolen from Africa that we need to reclaim. So the paradox of decolonization of knowledge and higher education specifically also involved reclaiming some parts of European knowledge, of American knowledge, as originally what was African knowledges, African arts, and African belongings. I hope I've attempted to clarify that fundamental point with some clarity, Dr. Mohoati. And I want to proceed quickly, in the interest of our time, to just a helicopter survey of some of the thoughts, some of the schools of thought, some of the movements, and some of the political and intellectual gestures, Dr. Mohoati, that have been involved in this attempt that we are involved in today, which is to ponder the African heritage, to look at the African past, examine the African present, and try to imagine African futures as we do so. There are schools of thought like Garveyism, which was involved in thinking about the coming back of African diasporans to the mainland continent of Africa, which was a geographic and also emotional and spiritual movement. Marcus Garvey even built a ship to ship back to Africa the children of the slaves, the diasporans, and all that. I'll be brief, so I won't dwell into the flesh and the meat of these schools of thought. There's also Ethiopianism that attempted at a religious and philosophical level to think of Ethiopia as a root in Africa on which thought, life, economy, and polity could be reimagined in undoing the effects of conquest. Right closer to home in Zambia, the leader and the philosopher Kenneth Kaunda imagined African humanism, where Kaunda stated that, after all, besides thinking of themselves as victims, Africans should think of themselves as humanists that will be able to liberate themselves and liberate their conquerors. The conquerors who lost their humanity in conquering others, in exploiting others, and in enslaving others. There is no way one person can enslave another and they still retain their own humanity, their own freedom, and their own personhood. And Kaunda suggested that the conquered African was the only person that could liberate the conqueror, the colonizer, by giving them back humanity that they lost. In Congo, Zaire, Mobutu Sese Seko fashioned something that was called authenticity, which was a fragile and also problematic attempt to return to African authenticity. Mobutu banned colonial names in DRC, which was called Zaire Congo at the time. He banned religion, Christianity, banned certain practices and certain languages in the name of seeking African authenticity. But as we know, Mobutu Sese Seko ended up a tyrant and oppressing his people just like the colonizers did. From Tanzania, Julius Nyerere imagined Ujamaa, African communalism, and African villagism, the spirit of sharing, barter trade, and exploiting the land for the benefit of the villagers in terms of self-empowerment. We know that Ujamaa was sabotaged by the capitalist system of the Euro-American empire. There was Nyaoism in Kenya, which was following in footsteps of our ancestors and practicing politics with humility, following the example of our predecessors. And here in South Africa, there was the gift of Ubuntu, whereby Africans were, and still are, exhorted to lead their lives with gestures of humanness, kindness, the spirit of sharing, cooperation, and collective preservation of beings. Steve Biko and his community of thinkers gave us black consciousness. We were given negritude by the Francophone philosophers Aimé Césaire and Leopold Sédar Senghor and others. I'm literally running through my points because of time. If you get a feeling that I'm running through what I'm saying, is specifically because I intend to also respect our time. From Nigeria, there was what was called Polegacha criticism, led by Professor Chinweizu, whereby the thinkers said we should participate actively in the university and outside in reading our arts, our philosophies, our histories, and our disciplines of vestiges of Eurocentrism. We can also talk about African civilizationalism, as was fashioned by Che Anta Diop from Senegal, who actually wrote a thick book proving to all and sundry that after all, civilization at a world scale originated in Africa. The book is titled African Origins of Civilization by Che Anta Diop of Senegal. We know now about Africology from Professor Nabudere of Uganda, Afrocentrism, Professor Melife Asante, Afro-pessimism, pushed by scholars like Wilderson, Afropolitanism, and Afrofuturism, and so forth. Tried briefly, Professor Mofwati, to do just a helicopter survey of schools of thought, philosophies of liberation, and thought communities that have before us tried to ponder the liberation of Africa. Quickly, which is the second from last subsection of my presentation, I want to delve into what I've titled the critique of African reason. What do I mean by that? There have been books that have been written, like Immanuel Kanti's book on critique of pure reason. But closer to home, in 2013, Achille Mbembe published a book titled A Critique of Black Reason, where he was examining the condition of Africa and of being black in the world, right from the transatlantic slavery up to the present. That book was published by Vets Press in 2013. What I mean by a critique of African reason now is to say, no matter how we assume our positionality as victims, how we want to challenge coloniality, and how we want to confront the troubling African past in order to fashion African futures, we need, at the end of the day, to come closer to home and look at the problems of Africa that are internal to Africa, caused by Africans and African thought. And in doing that, I want to look at what African thinkers themselves have looked at and diagnosed as African problems in Africa. That is important because most of the problems that are described as African problems that require African solutions, some of them are problems in Africa that the world, that the Euro-American empire has caused for Africa. Colonial problems, residues of slavery, residues of colonialism that continue to dog Africa. And these tend to be called African problems that require African solutions, when they are world problems, problems in Africa that the world has created for the continent. I want to distinguish those from problems that are internal to Africa. The researchers amongst us, historians and other social scientists and philosophers as well, will recall Frantz Fanon's critique of African nationalism. That in the process of using nationalism to fight colonialism, nationalism degenerated to become not just the unifier that we intended it to be, to become not just the liberator that we intended to be, but it degenerated into an ideology of division, where African nationalism started to move ahead of African Pan-Africanism. Africans became obsessed with ethnicities, tribes, nations, at the expense of the continent. And as Frans Fanon warned in that essay of his, Pitfalls of African National Consciousness, it became more important to us to which tribe we belonged, to which clan we belonged, and to which country we belonged, and not to which continent and to which race we belonged. So national consciousness in Africa, nationalism, degenerated from a philosophy of liberation to a philosophy of division that gave birth to xenophobia, tribalism, racism, ethnicism, and other autochthonous and divisive ideologies that have had us divided, have had us practicing violence against each other, and have had us pushing each other into homelands, just like the colonizer did, pushing each other into our villages, into our motherlands, just like the colonizers did. That have had us maintain colonial borders, colonial maps, and colonial political and intellectual categories.
All right. Sorry, Dr.
Moving
Mpofu.
from that.
All right.
Yes, yes,
At this
yes.
stage, we'll give you at least 5 minutes to finish up and wrap up your presentation. Thank you.
I'm grateful for 5 minutes, Dr. Mokwati. You are generous.
All right. Thank you.
Lastly, in this category, there's a critique that was provided by Professor Kwasi Wiredu in his good book, Philosophy and African Culture. I'm trying to show it in the video so that keen researchers amongst us can follow it up. In his study of African philosophy and culture, in this good book, Professor Wiredu complained about 3 African tendencies that he suggested are tendencies that pull us back and that help the colonizer to continue dominating us. The first one was the tendency of authoritarianism. You will remember, colleagues, that as Pan-African and as great our founding fathers were, Abonkwa Nkrumah and others, they also became authoritarians and totalitarians who wanted to be life presidents and who wanted to be leaders of one-party states and oppressed their own people. The second point that we read to complain about was supernaturalism. Some African philosophers like Mbiti have complained before about how notoriously spiritual and religious the African is, to the extent that other people's religions, religions from other parts of the world, have found their home in Africa. And Africans will be more fanatic about other people's gods more than their own, other people's spiritualities more than their own. And the gods that have been imposed and brought to them, it is Africans that will turn around and preach those gods back to those that gave them. And the problem of anachronism, the third one, where we Africans have a propensity to want to go to the back instead of going forward, going to the past instead of going to the future. Using the 3 minutes that is left of my 5 minutes, Dr. Mokwati, can I run through what I describe as decolonial African, Pan-African solidarity? What kind of an Africa is that? Which will be Pan-African and which will be decolonized? Point number 1, I won't elaborate because of time. It is an Africa that will be against nationalism, but for Pan-Africanism. Number 2, it will be an Africa that is against colonial borders. It is a tragedy that African governments are now working overtime to maintain colonial borders and not to undo them. It's difficult to move from one African country to another than to move from Africa to Europe because of colonial borders. Somehow our leaders find it impossible to undo what the colonizer gave us. It will be an Africa against Africans being foreigners in Africa. Because Europeans have never been foreign in any European country. But in Africa, we have other Africans that are foreigners in other African countries, which is a tragedy and a paradox. It will be an Africa that is for African economic unity. it is an Africa that will be for political unity. It will be an Africa that will be for African diversity in unity. Africans are not the same. We are diverse, even within South Africa here, there are diverse identities and positionalities. So a Pan-African Africa will be an Africa that recognizes unity in diversity. It will be an African that is for women political participation, because the history and heritage of Africa has been patriarchal, misogynistic, homophobic, sexist, and against women political participation. It will also be an Africa that is for youth political participation, an Africa that does not believe that youths are the leaders of tomorrow, but that youths are also leaders of today in the university, in the politics, and in the economy. At this stage, I think I need to respect this conference and respect this opportunity and pack my conversation in hope that some of the issues can be deliberated in the question and answer session. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Mohawati, for this generosity and opportunity that you extended to me.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mpofu. It was a wonderful presentation. And I'm actually wondering, particularly now with the section where you talked about the definition and the delineation on the concept of Africa and what constitutes an African. And now you're talking about the issue of borders. Even when I cross to Zimbabwe, it's becoming now a politicized thing. So we even have cases of xenophobia, that is treating our own brothers and sisters as foreigners, but yet we are all African. Probably we'll look at some questions from the floor, if we have any. Do we have any questions that are coming from the floor? All right, I see one coming from Dr. Dr. Nomfundo Mlisa.
Hello, thank you, Dr.
And
Mokgwa.
after her, we will go directly to Prof. Mary Getui in Kenya.
Well, thank you very much to Professor Mpofu about this presentation. And I always have a lot of questions about Pan-Africanism and the issues that he has just identified are issues that I always worry about, because the source of tension in any sphere is power and resources. And I'm pleased that even Kwame Nkrumah, being supposed to be objective, had become subjective himself by being authoritarian. Do we really think we would ever have this Pan-African thing working? Is it an idealism or a dream or a reality that will ever happen? At what stage would we not have leaders who are power mongers and who are selfish and greedy? At what stage? When I look at South Africa today, with people who were supporting Mandela and his 27 years in prison, preaching some utopia. What utopian life are we having in South Africa today? Because even now, rural communities are scary to live in. And my question, which I always ask then, Prof, is, will we ever have this utopia of Pan-Africanism one day? This Pan-African state. Hi.
All right. Dr. Mpofu, I don't know, would you like to respond to this, or should he take the second question as well, and then you can respond to them summatively?
Dr. Mohawati, I think let's take maybe 3 questions, then we try to tackle them. I think it will help us navigate our time.
All right. Prof. Getui, please, I would like to hear your question for Dr. Mpofu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpofu, Professor. Very, very good presentation. Thank you for being comprehensive. Just 3 questions, very quick ones. Yes, Mbiti says that Africa is the dumping heap of religions. Is it healthy or is it unhealthy? And there's this famous comment, you take me out of Africa, but you don't take the African out of me. Which is this which cannot be taken out of us? And number 3, the concern about looking backward. Isn't there something that we can get from the past? Those are just my 3 questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Getui. Dr. Mpofu, I come back to you. You don't have only 2 now, you have 4 questions in your hands.
Thank you, Doc, and I appreciate the engagement from my colleagues. Prof, will Pan-Africanism ever work? It's a serious, deep, and also very stubborn question. Because all the good things about Africa and all the grand plans, they have been made to look in front of us as impossible dreams. You know, because even the dream of African liberation itself, of Africa being free economically and politically one day, that dream has been turned into a nightmare by our own African leaders that have turned around to become native colonizers themselves because of that question, Professor, of resources and of power. You can go to countries like your Zimbabwe today. You will find a country led by a president where the resources of the country belong to his friends, his family, and France. Economic monopoly, where political power itself belongs to a clique in ZANU-PF. If any political party wants to contest that power in an election, force and fraud are used to force victory. People are shot down and the ruling party continues in power. That is an example of African leaders acting upon their people as colonizers. Killing people, looting public resources, emptying national coffers for the benefit of a few in a country. That is the tragedy of Africa, Professor. But the youth and the women, the people that have been excluded from African politics and economy so far, I believe can rise and have the courage to get involved in African politics and make Pan-Africanism and African liberation itself possible. And then there's the question from my colleague about Africa being a dumping ground of other people's religions. Indeed, I think the continent that has the most prophets, the most preachers, and the most church denominations and church buildings, some of them under the trees, is Africa. And all these religions are alien, imported religions that are least understood but most practiced. So, but if you go to Africans and their own traditional religions, those religions are unknown, are referred to as superstitions, and are dismissed as nonsensical. We saw video footage a day or 2 ago, Professor, where the incoming Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who is of Indian extraction, was performing traditional rites in front of their residence or their office and proudly being Indian about themselves and this opportunity that they have been given. How many Africans today are able to proudly be African about their heritage, about their religion, about their culture? In fact, we all scramble to imitate what other people do and practice rites and rituals that other people practice and not our own. So we have a challenge there where the African may not be proud of being African, and heritages from the past that are progressive that we can harvest and utilize are not utilized with pride. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered the questions that my colleagues have advanced towards me.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mpofu, and thank you for the wonderful presentation and your responses to the questions that were posed to you. And fortunately, we have reached our lunch break. And before that, we will call on Prof. Peter Fester just to make some few announcements. And please take note that our lunch begins at 1:45, and then we'll come back here at 1:45. Over to you.
Colleagues, it's my privilege now to announce that Dr. Joel Makwati was appointed as Associate Professor at this university. We congratulate him with everything that we have, and we pray that he will have a wonderful time at our university. Congratulations, Prof. Joel. Prof. Joel. From now on, we call him Prof. Joel.
Congratulations, Prof.
Thank you so much, colleagues. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to serve at this capacity. Thank you so much for all the presenters that actually presented today. It's been a wonderful actually morning. We're looking forward for the afternoon session, and we can wait. Let's just get some power so that we can get some lunch and fill up our tummies and come back with renewed energy. Let's break up, and we'll come back at 1:45. Thank you so much. question and answer session. We are able to see who wants to ask what. He's trying to connect, probably he's struggling a little bit. Let's delay it until we see.
See, we can always invite him.
Yeah, he was online, but supposedly now he's struggling with connectivity. Okay, let me reach out to him through WhatsApp.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's him. Please accept him. That's him. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the afternoon session. And thank you for joining us again as we carry on and continue with the conference. And now we will introduce our speaker who will speak, and she will be introduced by Ronel Ellis. Thank you, Ronel. Over to you.
just want the title. Okay. As Dr. Professor Mkhwati said this morning, this is just a short summary to give you an idea of the biography of our speaker, and we apologize for simplifying it in this matter. Professor Tune Bewaji, Emeritus Professor, University of the West Indies, Jamaica. Emeritus Professor John Bivaji is currently Distinguished Researcher at the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy, University of the West Indies, Jamaica, and a Research Fellow at Rhodes University, Center for African Studies, South Africa. He is the co-chairperson of the Academy of African Indigenous Religions, Theology and Arts, a member of Codesria, College of Mentors, Senior Research Associate, University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Former Newman Professor of Philosophy, Brooklyn College, USA. Former Guggenheim Research Fellow in Philosophy of Culture. Former member, Global Summit of Bioethics. Former Chairman, National Bioethics Committee of Jamaica. Founding Editor, Caribbean Journal of Philosophy. Founding President, International Society for African Philosophy and Studies, and former Citizen Ambassador in Philosophy to Hungary, Russia. And now I am tired. I just want to, his title is Humanity, Religion and Spirituality, the Yoruba Perspective. Thank you, Professor.
Prof. Tunde, you are muted. Good morning, sir. I understand that it's about around 6 on your side. Please unmute yourself. We did see glimpses of you through the video. All right, we can see you. Thank you, Prof. Can you say something so we can establish if we can hear you?
Prof. Tunde?
Yes, good afternoon. I cannot hear anything. The mic is on mute.
No, continue, sir, we can hear.
No, I'm on the system, but I cannot hear anything.
You cannot hear us.
You cannot hear us.
I can't hear you.
It's probably because I'm using my phone. We're talking through WhatsApp.
Okay. All right, let me discontinue the chat, that one, and then we can. All right.
No, Prof, we can hear you fully now. Please continue.
Okay, so I have been introduced.
Yes, you have already been introduced, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Tunde.
Before I go on, I need to do some, what I call house clearing, a few words as a preface to what I'll be discussing. What I'll be discussing is humanity, religion, and spirituality using the Yoruba experience. That's what I'm intimately familiar with, and that's what I believe I will be able to speak to. But before then, I want to thank the presenters who have presented before me, because I closely followed the discussion, and I found that a lot of what has been said would serve as good background to what I'll be saying. I see storytelling as social engineering or reality engineering. And societies which have recognized that very early have been able to take control of conversations in various ways. And in many instances, we do not see that the narratives that are out there are narratives which are designed to control and to command, audience, as well as the intellect of the audience. Sometime in 2017, 16-17, I was invited by the UNESCO to a conference that they had in Liege in Germany. And they asked me to speak about the importance of homegrown stories. And what I delivered actually was published in the UNESCO Courier. If you Google it, you will find the presentation there. And what I spoke to is what Dr. Melissa remarked about earlier in her presentation about myths of Africa that are not spoken of, that are not propagated, that are not discussed. Actually, what happened to African myths is that they were demonized. They were demonized and considered to be primitive, to be barbaric, to be uncivilized, and consequently, nobody wanted to hear about them. And the process of the demonization is what I have described as epistemicide. And anybody familiar with the theoretical construction of epistemicide in my book that appeared in 2012 would see how I narrated it. Epistemicide is a deliberate destruction of the intellectual, the ontological, the epistemic heritage, the totality of the spirituality as well as the humanity of the target. And the result is what I describe as epistemic deficit. Epistemic deficit manifests in various ways. And, you know, since human beings have been able to use language to describe and to express their reality, it is the language that they now use to construct the realities both about themselves and to talk about other people and to design the future for other people as well as for themselves. You see, in the discussion earlier, Dr. Mukwati said something about African cultures being oral. And I ask myself, you know, for how long are we going to continue to say these things that African culture are oral? Because that is an absolute fallacy. It's false. It's not true. The first system of writing hieroglyphics was in Africa. And writing, it doesn't really matter whether it is script or whether it is ideograms or whatever kind of format. There is nothing about writing except to document the history and the experiences, the lives of people. In my first book, that is Beauty and Culture, which appeared in 2003, I referenced the various documentation of the existence of people in what is now known as the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert was not always a desert, it was lush vegetation. And documentation of the existence of human beings are found in various parts of the Sahara Desert, including, you know, the various things that typify their lives. And consequently, one could not say that societies that did that were oral. And I'm going to come back to that in my presentation. This is just ground clearing. And Africans built cities before Europeans emerged from primitivity, from barbarism. And when you have cities, if you have cities that are in excess of 100,000 people, definitely you cannot say that, you know, people without records or without documentation could maintain law and order, could have social transactions, could have economic transactions, could measure wealth or poverty without writing. And even the biblical thing that we consider to talk about Genesis, I don't know how the people who only emerged about 7,000 years ago could tell the history of how the world was created, but that is what they have said. They recognized that Egyptians had serious engineering, and because they had serious engineering, they were the first set of people to use the wheel, and that was why they talked about Pharaoh and his chariots. Chariots were driven on wheels, which were dragged by horses and other animals. So consequently, what I'm trying to say is that if we look closely, we are not a little bit lazy in how we approach African history, African anthropology, African, you know, sources of information, we will see. And if you look in the ancient Zimbabwe, the science of paint making, which was serious chemical engineering, was already present, and that was over 100,000 years ago. So what I'm trying to suggest is that, you know, when I come to the original of my presentation, which is about humanity, religion, and spirituality, you will see that there are evidences of all of this everywhere. Consequently, what I'm trying to suggest is this. We need to do something about our scholarship, and that is to take control of the narrative, We need to create narratives. Dr. Melissa spoke about the challenge we have now of the fact that people don't really sit at the feet of the elders to listen to myths and all those things. The worst part of it now is that our children are not glued to various devices, especially the little ones, looking at the myths of other people. They are now packaged in the forms of children narratives, children plays, children this, they call it all kinds of things. And then they have parental guidance. Some are fit for only 3-year-olds, some are fit for 5-year-olds, some are this. But if you look closely behind those narratives, we find that they are not narratives that are neutral. They package a particular mythological, what R.G. Collingwood called the absolute presuppositions of the lives of the people. And I am suggesting that our computer scientists, our programmers, our software engineers should look in that direction. Africa has a population of over 1 billion people. And if we look in that direction and begin to put into our educational curriculum what we call pedagogy, certain elements of those things to create narratives to inform our children, to give them our African point of view, then we might begin the process of exciting their imagination, that is the children, to be able to look around them and see things in the perspective in which we would like them to do that. So I have used about 10 minutes of my allotted time. I'll try and package the rest within the context of what I have to say. The first thing I want to emphasize is that I want to object to the definition of religion the way it has been packaged so far. The reason why I want to do that is because I believe that what has happened so far is to look at religion in the way in which it has been done, which fits. It fits Abrahamic religions very well because that is what they do. Abrahamic religions are originally destructive. They are about greed, they're about ownership, they're about exceptionalism, and they're about, a way of defining themselves as this and defining the other as nothing. If you don't belong to one of the two, then you belong to nothing. And if you don't belong to either of them, then it means that you have no existence in the beyond. That's their own packaging. And when you realize that the kinds of descriptions that they give, of both their own origin and the end, that is the future post-existence, you find that both are also different. So the question then arises for me, is that enough definition or account of religion? This is how I come to spirituality. Let me state what I understand by the Abrahamic religions. One day, in a not too distant past, somebody woke up somewhere in the Arabian desert and decided that what was happening, he did not like it, was not to his liking. He found that he could not agree with the ways of life of his people. All of them were Arabs, all of them, okay? All of them were of the same family. And because they were of the same family, they spoke the same language, they worked in the same region, they raised their children the same way, with little variations here and there, because they inhabited different parts of the Arabian Peninsula. But one day, this guy woke up and just decided that he is special. Maybe he had a dream, Maybe he had some sunstroke or something happened to him somewhere when he went to his to tend to his animals or whatever happened to him. He just decided that, well, I am the chosen one, and all my descendants shall be regarded as the chosen race. And because I am the chosen one, then my God has promised me a land, and that land shall extend as far as the eyes can see into the distance, and as far as I can take it. Okay? So, two things happened. The mythology of the chosen race and the mythology of the promised land. And that has been the disaster that humanity has had to confront. There has been never any other place in all the areas in which human beings have ever lived. And human beings have lived millions of years before then in other areas. People have lived for hundreds and thousands of years in Africa, in Asia. Okay? I don't know much about Europe because Europe is actually the baby of the human family. People have lived in the Americas, not as densely populated, but people have lived. If you look at the demography of the world, you will find that Africa and Asia has the heaviest populations, and it is for a reason. It is because those were the areas that the human beings first populated. You don't need much of demographic knowledge to know that. And the areas where human beings did not live, it's not that they did not know about them, it's because those areas were, terrible for habitation. And that is why North America was, sparsely populated, and South America had some population. The Aztec country, the Olmec country, and other places in Latin America were populated, okay? But the regions of the world that had little population was not because human beings didn't like to live there. Africans knew about all that. When you look in the Polynesian, the Maoris, the Trobriand Islands, Asia, you will see that, blacks have always been there. So this group of people just suddenly woke up and decided that, yes, they are special. And they concocted this myth about the chosen race, and then they backed it up by this idea of the promised land. Now, if you say that you have a promised land and your God didn't take you and take you to Siberia or to Alaska or to Newfoundland or to the Arctic, okay? But it says that as far as you can see among your brethren and sistren, lands that were already inhabited, they shall be yours. You can see that that is the whole genesis of the disaster that humanity has had to face. And I tell people that if Islam did not exist, it had to be fabricated, and that was exactly what happened. Anybody who is familiar with the book of Torah and the book of Quran, you will see that it is verbatim copying of each other. Abraham was Ibrahim, David was Dawuda, all kinds of things. They were all, So you will see that that is what religion is about, and that is the heritage of the West. That was what went to Europe, okay? And it went to Europe through the conduit of Africa to Rome and to other places. And then it came back to Africa to now colonize Africa and the rest of the West, okay? So what I'm saying then, I'm not contesting how they define religion. Scholars like Levi-Strauss, Frobenius, and all of them, they are free to have their discussion about religion. All the church fathers and all the Muslim clerics, they can define religion as they like. But that's not the way Yoruba people understand their relationship with deity. It's not the way they understand their relationship with God. And they have God. They have their own idea of the supreme being. And this is where I come to the question of spirituality, okay? A spirituality within the context of life that sees that there is a force, there is some power that is greater, okay, than me, than you, okay, that is greater than everything. That this is not just about being greater, it's just saying that it is possible there is something else out there that I have not seen, that I don't know, and that I may never know. And because of that recognition, it humbles you. And because it humbles you, it also makes you into a different kind of being when you are relating to other human beings. And because you are relating to other human beings, you are also relating to nature. So you have to have a respect for other things in nature. And by having respect for other things in nature, it means you have to find a way of living with nature that propagates, that helps to promote harmony, okay? And if you were to confront a perfect stranger, when you confront a perfect stranger, you must see yourself in the stranger. And by seeing yourself in the stranger, you see the needs of the stranger. And that is why in many African societies, when you see a stranger, you find that there is empathy. There is that feeling of love, of reception. It doesn't matter what color, whether they are short or tall or black or red or white. You see humanity in them. And because you see humanity in them, you don't see them as object of hate, object of fear, object of suspicion. Actually, you have sympathy with them because somebody who is a stranger in your community must have certain things that it doesn't have. And that is, the understanding of the environment and so on and so forth. Okay, and because of that, there is a certain way in which Yoruba people receive and treat others. Some time ago, I think it was in 2011, Professor Leonard Harris of Purdue had hosted a UNESCO conference on African thought and African philosophy. And I was there with a colleague who is from Senegal. I wouldn't mention names, but we were, there was an IO game, a board, they call it Wari. In the Japanese have actually computerized it, and they call it Wari. In Yoruba society, we call it Ayo. In the Ayo board, you have 6 holes on one side, 6 on the other side. And then you have 4 round seeds, okay, in each hole. And you play the game. And when you play the game, in Yoruba society, you must respect the humanity of your opponent. And because you respect the humanity of your opponent, you must always allow him or her to have the option of play. You cannot pack everything from his or her side of the thing. That was exactly what my opponent did. And I had to say to her, I said, you see, Yoruba culture, Yoruba ethics, Yoruba civilization recognizes that the other person has needs. And that human being must be given an option, must be given a chance. And by giving him a chance, it doesn't mean that he's not going to lose. He will lose. But when he loses, because you have superior strategy, okay, he has to recognize that he lost not because he's not a human being, but because you have superior strategy. And next time, he's also going to strive to defeat you. But in defeating you, he's not trying to defeat your humanity to make you feel like you are totally useless. Okay? That can never happen. And that is why in Yoruba society, they even tell you that when we are fighting, that is, if 2 people are quarreling, it is not that you want the other person dead. Why? Because, yes, you are having a disagreement today. You are even fighting. You are wrestling each other. But when you are wrestling and you want to defeat the other person to gain the upper hand, you recognize that in future, you may be in a strange environment where you also have a need for somebody to support you or to back you up. If
All right.
you had killed,
Prof.
hello?
Tunde, sorry, you left with 5 minutes. Please try to summarize.
I have 5 minutes to go.
Yes, 5 minutes more, sir.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm almost there. I'm trying to, I have laid the foundation about religion. I've spoken about spirituality. I'm now going to speak about humanity. So, what I am saying is that in essence, what the Yoruba people have is a kind of spirituality that recognizes that all of us, when we try to approach the divine, when we try to solve problems about reality, we go through various ways in doing so. And in going through various ways, we must recognize the humanity of each other. And that is why in Yoruba society, many people wonder. Some time ago, the Boko Haram thing became very problematic in the north. And some people were saying, wow, this thing is going to affect the whole of Nigeria. When this Boko Haram should migrate to Lagos or to Ibadan or to any of the cities in Nigeria, it will be very, very serious in the south. What they didn't understand is that in Yoruba society, in my own family, okay, my own father is an elder was an elder in the Apostolic Church. That was where I was raised. His older brother, my uncle, my great uncle, who was a chief in the town, was also the chief priest of Elephant, which was our traditional, spirituality, if you want to call it that. But then, the junior brother to my own father, my uncle, was a Muslim. In other words, whenever it was time to celebrate the indigenous tradition, we all went there. And I used to also wear the masquerade, okay? Whenever it was church time, we all went there. And whenever it was Islamic Eid or Eid al-Kabir or whatever it was, we all went there. So the expectation that Yoruba people are now going to be wearing bomb and they are going to be killing each other, it never materialized because Yoruba didn't see religion like that. Religion should never cause any quarrel. And that is, if it is actually spirituality, if you know what it is you are doing, it will never cause any quarrel. And there has never been any religious wars in Africa until the two religions, the two Abrahamic religions, the two counterfeit sides of the same coin, until they migrated to Africa. We never had religious wars. And therefore, when you look at what we had in Yoruba society, it was a form of spirituality that upheld the humanity of the people. And that is where the difference is. And I believe that can be replicated in most of the African societies because they did not embrace religion in the same way in which it was a divisive instrument, a struggle over land, a struggle over resources, that it was in the Middle East, where the two counterfeit coins of the same coin that they call religion came to divide Africa. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Prof. Tunde. Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation. And it echoes the sentiments of the justification of violence, probably under the name of religion. As you say now that the Abrahamic religion seems to be detrimental to society. I don't know what Christians and Muslims will feel in this audience, if we have any also online. I suppose now it's time for questions. and then the question and answer session. Do we have any questions for Prof. Tunde on his presentations about religion, spirituality, and humanity? Anyone online that would like to pose a question to Prof. Tunde? Well, sir, it appears that currently we don't have questions. Oh, we have a question coming from the floor. Yes, Dr. Mlisa?
Thank you very much, Prof. Mkhwati. It's just, it's not a question as such, but a comment and to what Prof have just said. I think I've read one of his books, and I was impressed as to how he analyzed and was articulating these practices and giving examples of how they were done, which I think we can learn from that as close as. What I also wanted to thank him for is what he says about spirituality. That I think sometimes some of us as researchers or writers miss is that spirituality is something really that is inward. And I think all Africans, because of their close relationship with the universe, they are spiritual. And then there will be individuals who have got higher levels of spirituality through to their gifts. And it made me to learn something that, yeah, the Ubuntu of the Xhosas could be related to the religious practices. Yes. Thank you for this. This presentation is going to be a publication. So I'm listening to you and I'm saying, yeah, Ubuntu practices of the boss. In our language, in our culture, whenever we grew up knowing that before we even went to school, anybody that comes to your home should be welcomed. And as children, we knew you make tea, you prepare to make tea for this person or coffee without even being told by parents that you share whatever you have with this person, no matter how little food it is. That is humanity. Okay, thank you for that. And I want to reiterate.
Yes,
yeah? Excuse me.
Yes, I was going to just support that particular statement by my own experience also.
Yes, Prof.
You see, when I was young, my mother, it doesn't really matter how much we didn't have or had, would make sure that our soup pot always has something in it, because you never knew who was going to come late in the evening from any part of Yoruba land, whether it's a distant relative or not, that you may have to cook for. And if somebody were to just pop in, you know, in those days, there was no telephone, there was no nothing. And people always just get up and say, oh, I have not seen my brother for so long. And even now that you have telephone, people still do it because they want to see you. And they may not even tell you they are coming. So when they show up like that, you have to get up and go and cook. Unlike what happens in the West, they invite you to their own home, and then they cook and they are eating. But since they didn't invite you to come and eat, they are eating in your presence, not asking whether you are hungry or not. And that is the kind of thing that the two religions, the Abrahamic religions, they teach. And that is what I'm challenging.
I thank you, Prof, for this challenge and redefining this terminology, because I'm sitting here and then thinking, yeah, rites of passage, burial practices should have been the ways that could have shown our religious practices. And yeah, I just wanted to say that. And thank you for giving us the notion of mythology of the chosen race and the mythology of the promised land. Wow, thank you very much.
They are bogus frauds. They need to be disrobed. People must see them for what they are. Because that's exactly what they do wherever they go. Both of them want to take over everything because everything belongs to them. And when you look at, I did a presentation for the environmental team some time ago. And my argument is that a culture that says that God, their own God, created the universe in 6 days and rested and then put human beings in charge to use whichever way they like and then to multiply and replenish the earth is destructive to the environment. And that is what the West has done. Grabbing everything, regardless of whether the structures they are putting up, whether it is conducive to the environment, whether it is the kind of thing that can sustain the environment or not. All of these things are part of the presuppositions of the knowledge that we have been taught, which we don't challenge. Compare that with how in the Kalahari Desert, for example, the so-called people who are called bush people of the Kalahari, which is a derogatory way of describing the human beings who live there. You find that these people knew the ecology, they knew everything, and they have to live within that ecology to be able to survive and to maintain it for future generations. On the other side, these people will come and they dig up everywhere for diamonds and for gold and for whatever, regardless of the degradation that they leave behind. And that is what is destroying the whole universe.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Tunde, for the wonderful presentations. I'm looking at our online guest here. I do not see our live speaker for the day, Dr. Nabende Julius. I do not see him. So and then I have not received any communication from him whether he's struggling with network or will he be joining us later on, but I'm not seeing him. In that regard, probably, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like for today's session, we'll end early, and then we begin again tomorrow morning.
Oh, I was thinking you will allow us to go on with mine.
And I see that we've just received a new guest. Ulrich is here. Probably you have not seen him, but he's just joining right now. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you say? Deliberate discussion, more discussion, or should he end it? People still want to talk. No, let's end it for... Prof. Tunde, yes. You wanted to say something, sir?
No, I was saying that's fine. I was just joking.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to send my gratitude to all our speakers who joined us, and we know that some of these terms are not convenient for everyone, especially for you, Prof. Tunde and Prof. Getui, coming from abroad. So we understand that for you, we should be saying good morning. But for us at this stage, it's the afternoon. So we're really thankful for the time that you actually invested in participating in this conference. We are so grateful for that. And then we say, enjoy your morning and the rest of your day. And to the rest of the people who joined us online, we say we are very grateful for having you. Please join us again tomorrow as we continue with the conference. And that will be the end of the conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.